Working on the AI Myth. The Dream and Nightmare of the Thinking Machine. By Arend L. Heinlein. In the genre of science fiction, the depiction of unknown planets and life forms is often undertaken as an artistic attempt to alienate one's own world. In Stanislaw Lem's Solaris, for example, the alien acts as an unpredictable and hermetic nature. Three researchers try to uncover the secrets of a living ocean that fills an entire planet far away from Earth and seems to help determine its fate. The will of ocean matter eludes human efforts to bring it into a scientific form. Instead, the matter begins to develop an interest in humans and has its own means of familiarizing itself with them. According to the scientist's theory, she projects human reproductions from the most painful memories of the Solaris researchers, whose material she finds in her dreams. The young woman, who is formed from the protagonist Chris Kelvin's memories of his deceased wife, knows nothing of her origins and is therefore in an existential state of unrest until one day she comes to a realization of herself and tries to kill herself again. The attempt fails, but is then realized with the help of the other two researchers, who are keen to get rid of their guests. In the end, the scientists have not achieved their research goal and the ocean keeps its secret. If you read science fiction like Gunther Anders as an affirmative anticipation of future technology, some excerpts from the novel refer to elements of today's artificial intelligence and its public reception. For example, a scientist searching for his lost colleague, who crashed into the ocean during an exploratory flight, observes the ocean's mimetic attempts to plastically reproduce the various biological phases of a person's life. According to the general ideas circulating about them, a pattern recognition machine also proceeds in roughly the same way during the learning phase. An artificial life form attempts to acquire the information fed into it according to its own rules so that it can reuse it in a different context if necessary. In Lem's case, the potentially intelligent life form limits itself to copying human experiences and producing abstract structures on the surface of the planet that appear to some observers to be works of art. It is not interested in subjugating humans, nor are humans sure what benefits they can derive from it. It is precisely because the crucial questions remain unresolved that slogans open up the possibility of human self-enlightenment. On the other hand, the inauguration of AI does not seem to be possible without the creation of a modern myth, as technological progress can never fulfill its promises under capitalist conditions. When questioned about its social purpose, its supposed achievements prove to be increasingly flimsy, which is why tangible science fiction scenarios are being used to promote a technology whose general benefits can hardly be discerned. The content of the contemporary tech myth comes from Hollywood and is expressed in mass culture in the Matrix or Terminator scripts. One day, artificial intelligence will not only be superior to humans in all its abilities, it will develop a consciousness of its own that will subjugate humans. The peculiar attraction of making a world even stranger than it already seems to us on a daily basis, and not having to resort to science fiction literature first, but instead setting these in reality as plausible historical development trends, facilitates the integration of the new technology into the machinery of value exploitation. The pleasure that subjects derive from the perceived realization of the dystopia compensates for the effort of adapting to the new technology. With its spread, new knowledge hierarchies emerge. If the expert and his expert device are generally regarded as the unbreakable prerequisite for objective statements about reality, i.e., if they have the monopoly to make rational judgments solely with the help of statistical or stochastic intellectual as well as mechanical means, this exacerbates the gap between intellectual and physical labor. At the same time, the gap between the intellectual workers and their former tools, which they themselves no longer understand, is growing. This socially organized abandonment of research is probably the reason why quite a few scientists subscribe to the outlandish prophecies of tech capitalists, which are sometimes spread by the latter themselves, sometimes by their opponents. The CEO of OpenAI, Sam Altman, claimed shortly before the company was founded, AI will most likely lead to the end of the world, but in the meantime there will be great companies. The theatrical retirement of Google-based AI researcher Geoffrey Hinton, who was already well into retirement age, also became famous. To be able to concentrate fully on his role as a preacher of doom in future. Since then, he has been warning of AI as an end-time danger that even puts climate change and coronavirus in the shade. Others, on the other hand, take a more sporting view and interpret the impending reign of AI as a welcome result of evolution, which is now continuing in technology. Brain chips produced by Elon Musk's company Neuralink are consequently seen as an opportunity to level the gap between man and machine. However, the fact that the emergence of artificial intelligence has given rise to a technical myth is also due to its internal nature. AI is a common collective term for various algorithm-based programs, which should first be defined in terms of their everyday function. Chat programs based on large language models, LLM, such as ChatGPT, combine the most popular functions of the internet search queries for websites, knowledge queries, navigation, translation, consumption of goods, and supplement them with automatic text generation, which is intended to replace or facilitate everyday mental work. It is to be expected that these AI programs will change the shape of the internet in the long term, also through their implementation on all internet-enabled devices. The interpretation of reality will increasingly depend on opaque, uncontrollable knowledge monopolies. The triumphal march of knowledge is accompanied by a growing lack of understanding of the technology that provides the easily consumable content. The creation of an AI is a prerequisite. The necessary knowledge and resources are only available to a few scientists and engineers, most of whom are employed by the research departments of the tech companies that dominate the market. Even though many Western countries are already financing their own AI projects, they are dependent on these companies. This applies even more to individual users. They cannot organize their everyday lives without their products, nor are they able to exercise any form of self-empowerment over the devices. Whereas with mechanical objects, as well as the hardware and software of earlier computers, it was still possible to develop an extended access to technology through self-tuition, AI programs generally no longer allow this. However, it is not only for laypeople, but even for the software developers, that it is not transparent how the output generated by their creations comes about. This is due to their inductive approach. Deductive programming, or so-called symbolic AI, works according to an input-output principle in which the user can rely on receiving an expected result based on the logical formal principles of the algorithms with every instruction to the computer. The inductive variant, also known as connectionist AI, on the other hand, uses an artificial neural network that is supposed to react as appropriately as possible to a given problem according to dynamic rules. However, this changes the premises and theoretical goals. It is not the mind as a formal logical representation that is the guiding concept, it is the neuronal activities of the brain, which undergoes a process of self-organization in a probabilistic adaptation to the environment. Learning takes the place of problem solving. The results generated in this process can no longer be calculated in advance. In the case of computer modeling in science, for example, they may initially be cryptic and require clarification and interpretation. If creativity, which is regarded as an important criterion of human thought, is understood in purely formal terms, it is given with these characteristics. The assertion derived from this that the capabilities of AI tend to approximate those of humans is evidence of the need to exaggerate the former and demean the latter. Even the frequent and necessary errors of AI are credited as human potential. In this sense, the aforementioned AI pioneer Hinton says, "Confabulation is a feature of human memory. We don't expect them to babble like humans. When a computer does that, we think it's made a mistake." End quote. Confabulation means that an AI generates correct results in terms of form but incorrect results in terms of content, which not only contain individual errors but lack any factual basis. The other common term for this phenomenon is reminiscent of the mental state in which Pythia proclaimed her oracles. The AI is hallucinating. Anyone who has ever asked ChatGPT to quote a specific passage from a medieval Summa verbatim and explain it in context knows what well-behaved, academically rambling nonsense can come out of it. However, these hallucinations are by no means just a special case, regardless of the frequency of their occurrence, but it is precisely in them that the large language models reveal themselves for what they are. The function of these programs is to combine character sequences that make up texts in a way that seems most likely in the given context against the background of the training data. It is true that, at least in some limited areas of application, the plausible variant is often the correct one. However, in principle, language here does not refer to an object with a purpose of representing it, but solely to itself. It remains trapped in itself. In this sense, all texts generated by AI are hallucinations. It is correspondingly ludicrous that high-ranking AI scientists such as Yann LeCun from Meta are convinced that intelligent machines will herald a new renaissance for humanity, a new era of enlightenment. Instead, it is to be expected that people's language and thinking skills will atrophy, while the internet will fill up with AI-generated text modules. If, as is inevitable, these are themselves used as training data for the AI, the result will be a loop to which humans, rendered mute, will be at the mercy of like Oedipus once was to the oracle's sayings. Looking at the development of the intelligent miracle machines from the material side, however, there are no associations with the sanctuary of the sun god Apollo and the olive groves of Delphi. In order to process the vast amount of data, millions of workers are needed who solve vast numbers of simple tasks, assignments like CAPTCHAs, every day in order to label individual datasets, as the pattern recognition does not recognize these by itself at an early stage of their development. The clickworkers used for this work for companies such as Appen, which operates all over the world, primarily in low-wage zones. Both companies and workers operate in highly flexible conditions. The former can relocate within a very short space of time, if they are still physically present at all. The latter usually work from home, providing the work equipment themselves, with which they mechanically process the irregularly arriving, simple tasks in order to generate a wage that is at best just below the minimum wage in their country. There are waiting times between tasks, which are not paid. This form of work is often rightly compared to pre-capitalist conditions, in which home workers liberated from the feudal order produced goods for their publishers using their own tools. Appen's cynical slogan is, "All from the comfort of your home." The label industry is booming and will increase ninefold to a turnover of $17.1 billion by 2030, which corresponds to the growth of language models that require as many prepared datasets as possible for their versatile ingenuity. In order to feed these datasets into a neural network, data farms must be built whose largest exhibits are the size of small cities but have only a few employees to maintain and uphold hygiene standards. Such data farms require an amount of energy worldwide that will exceed the electricity consumption of the Netherlands before the end of this decade. In the USA alone, Sam Altman wants to build 5 to 7 data centers in the medium term, each of which would require the same amount of electricity as 5 nuclear power plants. The demand for semiconductors and chips for the servers is correspondingly high. In African countries, for example, the rare earths that go from the mines into the chips are extracted by laborious and dangerous manual labor. An artificial rationality that comes close to or equals human rationality is now supposed to rise above these unreasonable conditions. A look at its material foundations reveals the ideological nature of the talk about the opportunities and risks of AI, whereby the latter are to be smoothed out by reflective action and democratic laws. But there is no neutral technology any more than there is a neutral market economy or science. Power relations have sunk into technology, which cannot be reversed through its correct use. Certain purposes and interests of power are not only imposed on technology after the fact and from the outside, they are already incorporated into the construction of the technical apparatus itself. Technology is always a historical social project. It projects what a society and the ruling classes intend to do with people and things. Such a purpose of the rulers is material, and belongs to the form itself of technical reason. The tech bosses have long been using the mantra of unconditional and naive technology created by a science of the same nature. Eric Schmidt, the former Google CEO, and Jared Cohen, founder of Google Ideas, also wrote a few years ago that Silicon Valley's fundamental position was that technology is neutral, but people are not. This motto will always be lost in the din. However, our collective progress as citizens of the digital age will depend on us remembering this again and again. End quote. The obvious contradiction that people who are not neutral themselves should project a neutral technology is perhaps less serious than the fact that neutral machines dictate to non-neutral people what they should do next, as Schmidt predicted for Google search engine back in 2010. What Schmidt had related to individual users, others transfer to the political sphere. The shuddering, expectant view of a time in which a technical life form that is not only partially superior to humans could relieve them of the mental work necessary for political judgments and decisions is absent from almost every public service article on the subject of AI. Quote, "A world in which machines dictate how we should live and control the fate of the state sounds threatening at first, but AI would merely be a tool that can support democratic processes. Support for decisions that we make ourselves." End of quote. The Federal Agency for Civic Education (BPB) in turn knows that radical technologies will soon not only improve existing processes, but also revolutionize our view of the goals and possibilities of social action. It will presumably only be radical when it comes to the abolition of any condition for the possibility of social action through AI. The delegitimizers and false reporters are to be put out of business with its help. Accordingly, the BPB warns of an epidemic increase in disinformation, which is probably worse than the state-organized disinformation campaign during the pandemic. Olaf Scholz, who doesn't have to worry about his uniquely soporific speaking style ever being imitated by AI-generated texts, talked at the beginning of the year about a wave of enthusiasm for the new technology that he wants to see roll through the country. Everyone should know what artificial intelligence means. I would like everyone to be able to talk about it just as well as everyone in Germany can probably talk about driving a car. End quote. So far, enthusiasm has been limited, which is hardly surprising given the wide range of possible applications in the world of work. Why should employees have tears of joy in their eyes when faced with technology that imitates their abilities? The list of fields of work that AI can potentially replace or supplement is long and ranges from areas such as clickwork and logistics to more complex intellectual work, which could involve doctors, lawyers, and even software programmers. In principle, AI will be used wherever working hours can be condensed in order to, in the jargon of the German government, fully exploit the potential of artificial intelligence for employees and companies. The fact that employees' sense of their potential redundancy occasionally escalates into a fear of the end of the world has to do with the decoupling of physical and mental work. In his magnum opus Geistige und die körperliche Arbeit, Alfred Sohnrethel pointed out that thinking does not, as the bourgeois philosophers Smith and Kant believed, arise directly from nature, but from an unconscious social practice, the real abstraction of commodity exchange. It was only with the introduction of a general equivalent in ancient Greece, money, that the urge and ability to abstract began in philosophy and mathematics. The separation of mental and physical labor, which began to develop with the ancient slave economy, was only fully realized in the Renaissance and further refined in the modern age, which is characterized by a high degree of division of labor. Pure thinking, which has risen above manual labor in this process and has become blind to the origin of its concepts in the exchange relationship, is ultimately also subject to the illusion that the world of commodities will ultimately perish because of it. This is what the idea that a self-aware AI will plunge humanity into global ruin amounts to. The exaggerated myths of the tech industry are therefore the flip side of a narrow-minded, reified science. The fact that technology enthusiasts such as Ray Kurzweil or Nick Bostrom believe that the human mind can be fully captured in data and can therefore be digitized, or that they prophesy that AI will become conscious and autonomous, testifies to the blindness of science to its historical and social preconditions. In Ray Kurzweil's view, however, the mind uploaded to the computer has not yet reached the end of its development. It merges with the AI, continues to perfect itself, and finally transcends its computer shell to encompass the entire cosmos. Quote, "In any event, the dumb matter and mechanisms of the universe will be transformed into exquisitely sublime forms of intelligence." End quote. The conviction that the mind will expand into the universe in the future and finally become the pure and all-encompassing self-reference that idealists have always believed it to be is obviously a chimera. However, the relationship between mental and physical labor has changed with digitalization since Sohnrethel's bold considerations and actually exhibits a tendency related to the AI myth. This can be seen in the transformation of both concepts through technological development. Whether manual work today still corresponds to the one-sided manual work that Sohnrethel envisioned becomes questionable with the use of AI for certain manual tasks. In activities such as driving motor vehicles, the planned use of AI is turning a form of work that was long considered manual into intellectual work. When attempting to replicate it using neural networks, it becomes apparent just how complex the spontaneous intellectual performance it requires is. Marx was already familiar with a comparable process as the absorption and concentration of the intellectual potential of manual workers in the factory. Quote, "With the working tool, virtuosity in its management also passes from the worker to the machine. The efficiency of the tool is emancipated from the personal limitations of human labor. The technical basis on which the division of labor in the manufactory is based is thus abolished. The hierarchy of specialized workers that characterizes it is therefore replaced in the automatic factory by the tendency to equalize or level the work that the assistants of the machinery have to perform. The knowledge, insight, and will that the independent farmer or craftsman develops, albeit on a small scale, are now only required for the whole of the workshop. The intellectual powers of production expand their scale on the one hand because they disappear on many sides. What the part workers lose is concentrated in capital." End of quote. The monopolization of skills and knowledge inherent in the division of labor first affected manual labor and is continuing in the age of AI in classical intellectual work. The physical and mental potential of people is concentrated in the data pools in order to be capitalized. Despite all this, the complete separation of physical and mental labor in a human society remains impossible. What is actually happening is that technology is becoming increasingly independent of its utility value and is reaching more and more into the realm of the mythical. If it is to take on a meaningful form instead and meet the needs of all, we would have to reflect on how mental and physical labor are mediated in it. Thinking would have to emancipate itself from its formal logical and, more recently, stochastic purity in order to be able to use computer technology as a tool in the human sense at all. But thinking, according to Adorno, has simultaneously become a prey of reification with its independence as an apparatus, has coagulated into an autocratic method. This is roughly revealed by cybernetic machines. They make people aware of the futility of formalized thinking stripped of its factual content, insofar as they are better able than the thinking subjects to do some of the things in which the method of subjective reason took pride. If the latter passionately turn themselves into executing organs of such formalization, they virtually cease to be subjects and approach the machines as their imperfect image. Philosophical thinking only begins as soon as it is not satisfied with knowledge that can be foreseen and where no more comes out than is already put in. The humane purpose of the computer would be to relieve the thinking of the living to such an extent that it gains freedom from knowledge that is not already implicit.
End of quote.
The computers that Adorno knew were those deductive calculating machines in which the results can be foreseen. Thanks to immense amounts of data and pattern recognition, the new inductive processes are able to generate results that appear to be something new from known origins. In reality, they contribute nothing to the possibility of self-knowledge and knowledge of the world, but only make the circumstances even more alien to people. We are not quite sure. On the one hand, we are on the verge of solving the ultimate question of humanity, strengthening the autonomy of the individual. Know thyself, know thyself. Humanity has never been closer to being able to meet the challenge of self-knowledge. On the other hand, the very next sentence states, quantified self is not an instrument for self-awareness. The claim of measuring one's own body here is merely to compare subjective body perception with realistic data and to obtain a better picture of oneself in the context of the behavior of other, comparable people.
End quote.
The vaunted autonomy shrinks to the right to self-determined handling of personal data. Quote, whether people share this data with insurance companies for comparison purposes with other quantified self users or to obtain discounts on their insurance rates is initially their own decision. This attitude, which is strongly geared towards the individual, must be supported in the long term by appropriate legislation. People must have the guaranteed freedom of choice to share their data or keep it to themselves. In the private sector, the individual is in a strong position. The individual decides with which company they share their data. In the case of national governments, the individual is subject to the respective legislation. Here the existing democratic instruments must be sufficient to guarantee the individual the aforementioned freedoms of choice.
End quote.
There is a lot to suggest that the know thyself, the spiritual approach, has only become part of a much more pragmatic package that serves solely to optimize one's own health. And the quantified self movement is not really an esoteric sect whose followers want to distinguish themselves from the mainstream through cult acts or exclusive clothing. Rather, it appears to be a very successful offer from the wellness sector that has reached the broad masses of consumers in recent years. The growing market is served by a variety of products, from simple programs that use the movement sensor in a smartphone to determine calorie consumption to accessories that can be used to record data such as heart rate, blood sugar, or even brainwaves. Although these accessories do not meet medical standards, they were originally developed for chronically ill patients to give them an approximate insight into their condition and enable them to intervene in an impending critical condition. The generally healthy followers of the quantified self movement, the quantified selves, are not concerned with averting life-threatening conditions but with constant self-monitoring. Every small deviation from the self-defined rule or the rule created by the norm group, whether in terms of food intake or measured parameters, is recorded. This involves questions of sufficient water consumption, usually at least 2 liters a day, the upper limit of sodium to be consumed, or even the question of whether today's headache is due to the glass of beer drunk yesterday as an exception. It remains to be seen whether expensive accessories and programs are absolutely necessary for this knowledge. It is precisely the permanent monitoring and self-control with regard to food intake that leads to tiny deviations being misjudged as serious symptoms. As with Moliere's imaginary patient, people feverishly search for the most serious possible reasons for an accidental or imaginary condition. On the internet, such behavior is referred to as cyberchondria, a neologism that sounds somehow technical and futuristic because the well-known hypochondria is dressed up with a curiosity-inducing prefix cyber, and these cyberchondriacs use search engines on the internet to help them search for symptoms of illness. Their own perception, which they distrust, must be contrasted with some kind of supposedly objective physiological data, however unrealistic and ambiguous it may be. This does not really suit people who like to emphasize their strongly individual-oriented attitude, nor does it suit realists if they close themselves off to the most primitive know thyself, which should begin with self-observation. The fixation on the objectivity of self-collected data, which is compiled and interpreted completely arbitrarily, leads to panic even when values deviate slightly, because the most drastic diagnosis possible is declared to be the only true one, contrary to all probability. The permanent threat to which these quantified selves see themselves exposed comes from within. It is their own bodies that are mistrusted, especially aspects that cannot be summarized in a data package. Quantified selves do not seem to be concerned with a concept of the individual that cannot be achieved without experience and knowledge. Rather, the more collected data and measurement methods they communicate to each other without arguing about objective criteria, the more they seem to revolve around themselves. Everything has its justification. Nothing, apart from data collection, connects, because other people are at best potential comparison groups. Quantified selves do not attempt to recognize the randomness of their own experience by comparing themselves with others, without giving themselves up as subjects. Instead, They completely reject subjective and objectified experience, because their circling around themselves actually stands for the cessation of thought, the refusal of the general. The denial of experience is reflected in the unconditional will to self-realization. For quantified selves, self-realization is the type of vegetarianism known as conscious living and conscious eating, which necessarily includes a diet of gluten or lactose-free foods without any intolerance. The way and extent to which people talk about power food, slow food and chia seeds, as well as organic meat from primeval cattle from Uzodom, may suggest an eating disorder, but it implies a deeper ethical connection between proper nutrition and the production of beneficial personal values. And yet, the reference to the underlying purpose of such crazy ideas of wanting to optimize one's own body as a free-floating monad for the demands of late capitalism falls short. The argumentation of quantified selves often goes in the direction of optimizing insurance premiums or feeling better at work after getting enough sleep and abstaining from alcohol. However, the assertion that this movement has taken off at the height of technological possibilities in order to once again demand a competition-driven hostility towards pleasure and indulgence from the middle classes is not compatible with the specific fanaticism and fatalism with which individuals appropriate the tools of science for the purposes of their own personal despotism. It is true that the quantitative scientific observation of physical processes was once an advance on superstition and quackery, which can be shown very amusingly by the example of Samuel Pepys' diaries from the late 17th century, who still carries a rabbit's foot as a lucky charm, but at the same time describes physical processes in a curious and detailed manner. However, this early form of materialism and naive perception of the body is no longer appropriate today, and the fetishization of basic functions such as heartbeat and food intake in particular is unpleasantly reminiscent of Pepys' rabbit's foot in times when there is no longer any need for such animistic placeholders. It is no more absurd to worship lightning because you don't understand it and do something to appease it 5 times a day than it is to believe that a healthy person can reduce their risk of heart attack by eating chia seeds and taking their pulse 5 times a day. But even quality can be measured somehow if you want to, and so more advanced programs have long been used to collect additional data on mood and general well-being, which can even be used to measure the general stress level on a physiological basis, e.g., by calculating the heart rate. The phase of self-optimization for the job market was basically already over when the quantified selves appeared on the scene. They want more and, like alternative physicians, they are concerned about the holistic and better person, also with regard to qualitative improvements in living conditions. This is reflected in the aesthetic experience they recognize. What is considered art is what a quantified thief depicts or expresses in consideration of his and his community's mission. If someone organizes their individual physiological data in a simplified representation on the computer as a graphic and then prints it out on photographic paper, they can count on approval and even buyers. The same applies to the artistic production of another quantified self, who photographs the leftovers of his carefully balanced meal and has them printed on plates as a black and white image and sold. The quantified self can thus feel immediately close to the artist and participate in the product. It seems like a strange mixture of voyeurism and group pissing. What goes beyond the depiction of supposedly objectively recorded bodily functions, which are thus also deprived of any possible sensual impression, is of no interest. In doing so, they have stripped their art of any enigmatic, conflict-ridden content and at the same time preempted any possible aesthetic experience. The supposedly immediate participation in the product does not lead to everyone becoming an artist, but rather to its disappearance through the general lowering of the definition of what art is. Those who have completely exorcised sensuality from their art, even though they pretend to be concerned solely with their body and its functions, are in reality in a very precarious relationship to the object of permanent observation. By digitizing their material object, their own body, the quantified self-movement ironically abolishes it completely. It is transformed into a fleshless thing, cleansed of dirty, bloody aspects that point to its transience, a thing that can be communicated about in a clinically clean form of expression. All bodies exist as a meticulously compiled collection of data of equal value in the cloud, which has the unheard of advantage that it never perishes. Only a few explicitly claim that this is the path to immortality, but in their mindless activity, all quantified selves have actually already transformed their bodies into hardware on which a new operating system with stored data is installed, as if to cheat death. And there really is already a 2045 initiative that aims to help people achieve immortality in this way by 2045 in a 4-point plan, in which they will then vegetate equipped with superhero powers. By 2035, a computer model of the brain and human consciousness with the subsequent development of measures to transfer individual consciousnesses to an artificial carrier is to be developed. These so-called transhumanists are certainly attracting attention at quantified selves and are sometimes presenting at their conferences. In principle, the abolition of death is a sympathetic idea. However, The form advocated by the quantified selves does not involve any improvement in the conditions of life, which is why it seems more like a sedative mind game. The new bodies only serve to give computers a software update, and everything else goes on as usual, including imprisonment in the unfree world. En passant, the data recording program user becomes the god who creates life, replacing the biological parents. Those who cling excessively to the objective try to abolish what sets them objective limits without changing the social situation. Yet a socially mediated and internalized norm would be the opposite of what they connote as natural with the movements of their body. They have cut off the only possibility of breaking out of their isolation, namely to engage in sensible behavior with others as a social being, this quite unnatural prerequisite for being able to be self-confidently alone. The body, separated from the individual with its sensuality and subjective suffering and also dematerialized, is excessively overtaxed. In the quantified selves, each body exists in complete isolation alongside those of the others. This parallel existence means that neither on a particular level keyword, my body can't tolerate glutamate, yours can't tolerate lactose, nor on a social level keyword, we are all so different, are statements made about what objective, possibly even socially constitutive prerequisites are for creating general commitment. After all, the highly valued norm groups can be relativized at any time by simply setting oneself up as an authentic being if necessary and orienting oneself towards one's own average values, which have been obtained using no less personal methods. The obvious narcissistic component of this movement is new in that the target of the drive is only apparently one's own body with its impulses, but in reality continuous data records that are constantly updated at a certain sampling rate and are supposed to say something about it. This guarantees two things: nothing is ever finished, which means that the pseudo-activity of permanent comparison can always be maintained, and a status is never reached that can be reflected upon, not even at the superficial level at which some quantified selves practice it. The permanent self-monitoring is not only something that causes constant preoccupation, but also exerts immediate coercion. One's own body is not only the most important object in the entire universe, but it is controlled as if it were a dangerous object or even a potential criminal. The fact that the compulsive collection of data is seen as the key to freedom shows that there is no longer any perception of an unfree exterior because the compulsion has been completely internalized and is treated as a natural part of the individual. Conscious handling of the urge to eat, as well as the search for the originality of food, are an expression of the desire to forget one's objective heteronomy and limitation in a society in which basic urges are not important, and to be able to convince oneself that one is free. The individual, the person who is almost completely free in their decisions, is at the center of the movement. This denies that freedom can only be freedom from any kind of oppression and does not exist in itself. This desperate self-aggrandizement is a reaction to the experience of powerlessness, which prevents self-reflection. It should be obvious to everyone that the glorified decisions for freedom are simply ridiculous. The adjustment of insurance premiums does not stem from voluntary data sharing but, as has long been the case in the system of supplementary company insurance in the USA, from the decision to undergo the required annual health checks including a performance ECG and hope for good results. Refusing to do so not only means incurring a significantly higher personal contribution, but also a reprimand from the HR department, your direct superior and perhaps even your work colleagues. The self-reflection in the data collection therefore ultimately only serves an external purpose, by no means any kind of knowledge, and leads to an increase in immediate oppression and thus lack of freedom. Personal self-exaltation thus immediately merges with the over-fulfillment of social demands. Those who do not seem to have themselves completely under control do not benefit from the optimized insurance premiums, those who do not lead a healthy lifestyle. Alongside smokers and the chronically ill, these are the overweight. It's striking how popular the bashing of fat people is becoming, so popular that even a virtually censorship-free forum site like Reddit took down several discussion threads where hate was given free rein. A large-scale shaming campaign took place on the London Underground in January 2016. One or more middle-aged men, consistently described as normal-looking, handed overweight people a card with the following text: "LT's not glandular, it's your gluttony. Our organization hates and resents fat people. We object to the enormous amount of food resources you consume while half the world starves. We disapprove of your wasting NHS money to treat your selfish greed. And we do not understand why you fail to grasp that by eating less you will be better off, slimmer, happy and find a partner who is not a perverted chubby lover, or even find a partner at all. We also object that the beautiful pig is used as an insult. You are not pig. You are a fat, ugly human."
End of quote.
The perpetrator or perpetrators got out before their victims had even finished reading the cards. You can imagine the damage this has caused or read about it on the internet. It is striking that the aggressors include the benefits of weight loss in their abuse as if it were important to them. There is nothing to be said in favor of allowing oneself to become overweight. Even if there is a genetic component to obesity, it must be assumed that its strong emphasis in research is also due to the fact that, on the one hand, prejudice against factors that are not considered to be the fault of the individual, such as sexual orientation, skin color, gender, etc., is decreasing, while prejudice against overweight people or smokers, whose characteristics are considered self-inflicted, uncontrolled, and therefore open to attack, is increasing. The perpetrators see the genetic predisposition to obesity as a cheap excuse, which they gloatingly counter by saying that they themselves are genetically forced to be asocial, especially towards the overweight. The aggressors don't care about the positive consequences of losing weight. They don't want the people on whom they force their cards to improve their physiological health or increase their mental well-being, otherwise they wouldn't set out to make people cry or otherwise upset in public. In their self-perception, narcissists often consider themselves to be particularly emotionally intelligent and therefore particularly sensitive to others, although the opposite is the case. What has always been true for the narcissist now applies to society as a whole. The ability to empathize with other people and respond to their statements is considered to have fallen sharply for the researched period from 1979 to 2009. Presenting the victim of one's own aggression as the actual culprit also corresponds to the typical behavioral patterns of a narcissistic personality, but also seems to go beyond the specifically narcissistic character. The aggression against the unhealthy that is present in the public sphere, but also frequently on the internet, points to a deformed ego that is unable to abstract from itself. If the respective aggressors were to do so, they would be able to understand that although the general public does not consist of completely healthy people fed on expensive organic products and power food, more and more people from all walks of life are submitting to the dictates of self-optimization and are constantly being kept on their toes by healthcare. For the quantified self, which in many respects has long represented the responsible citizen, the constant leveling, even expropriation of their own self-perfection in everyday life must seem like a constant insult. Facing the supremacy of the general is psychologically damaging to the narcissism of all individuals and democratically organized society to the point of being unbearable. In order for the functionally determined individual interest to satisfy itself under the existing forms, it must become primary to itself. The individual must confuse what is immediate for him with the prout-ousia. The increase in general social, i.e. non-pathological narcissism was examined between 1984 and 2005, while the increase during this period was relatively weak, namely by exactly 2 points on average on a 40-point scale. There was a further increase of half a point on average between 2006 and 2009. This does not sound particularly noteworthy at first. However, if you consider that the proportion of those scoring above the threshold of 21 points, above which one is considered a narcissist according to the underlying questionnaire, rose from 18% to 34% between 1994 and 2009, it becomes clear that the increase is not entirely insignificant. If one further assumes that a significant proportion of those who complete such questionnaires are shrewd enough to know how to answer in a socially desirable way, the actual extent could be even higher. Narcissism consistently combines ruthlessly partial rationality of self-interest with those irrational deformities of a destructive and self-destructive nature. The inner hated weakness, which must not be part of the perfected quantified self, is certainly only projected outwards violently in exceptional cases, for example in the form of fat shaming. The far greater devastation is caused by the tendency towards self-destruction. The eternal circling around oneself, in measuring and weighing and in self-exploration of one's own personality, which is passed off as an individual interest, must become primary. It must have that higher and highly personal meaning that the quantified selves with their know thyself seemingly passed off as a human mission, but in reality as a sentence of banishment for the individual. Although he does everything he can to ensure that there is no time left to reflect on his own misfortune, he also feels the rest of the world, represented by the few people with whom he still communicates about other things, or see colleagues, slipping away from him and his curiosity about others waning. However, this does not cause him to go mad about himself, but to despair of a world that is so much like him that he despises it all the more bitterly for its lack of consistency in perfecting his personality. The fact that, according to these quantified selves, the state should therefore be the final authority that compels everyone to collect data and enables decisions that do not lead to more freedom, but to increased lack of freedom, is not a contradiction, but merely the consequence of completely internalized violence. Perhaps someone still remembers the promises of salvation with which the apologists of genetics regularly got on the nerves of thinking people during the 1990s. Almost daily, the major daily newspapers at the time carried reports that the Human Genome Project, HGP, would soon definitely present the gene for X, if it hadn't already, so that chain smoking, cancer, homosexuality, and criminal behavior could soon be cured or prevented. When the results of the Human Genome Organization's multi-billion-dollar project were presented to the public in 2000 by its director Francis Collins in the presence of Bill Clinton and Tony Blair, as well as the former renegade Craig Venter, who had tried to land the big hit with his private company Celera, the decoding and patenting of the human genome. Before the successful completion of the competing state project, it was almost only worth a side note. This was because the hype had died down in the meantime and genetics had lost its ideological pioneering role to neurology, which was now regarded as the leading science of the new millennium. However, genetic research itself was responsible for this decline, because at some point towards the end of the 1990s, a barely noticed paradigm shift had taken place within its own ranks, which, under the label of epigenetics or systems biology, severely shook the self-confidence of the guild to be able to make full-bodied statements about the nature of man and showed its results to be what they have mostly always been, built on sand. In contrast to Mendelian genetics, epigenetics undermines the contrast between nature or disposition on the one hand and environment or society on the other, the eternal thematization of which seems to be a matter close to the hearts of educators and psychologists in particular, and points out that the environment actually inscribes itself into the body, which admittedly does not happen once and for all, but is to be understood as a transigent and reversible process and is referred to as plasticity. This means that it does not take thousands of years for nature to gradually change through mutation. No, the whole process takes place within 2 generations, sometimes even within a person's own lifespan. Epigenetics thus contradicts the central dogma of molecular biology, Francis Crick, that DNA, the genotype, is transformed into a protein, the phenotype, in a linear translation process via RNA. Firstly, from the enzymatically assisted transcription of a section of DNA into an RNA molecule, which diffuses as mRNA, messenger RNA, from the cell nucleus to the ribosomes in the cytoplasm and there, in a process known as translation, stimulates protein biosynthesis, i.e. the stringing together of amino acids according to the original mRNA sequence, also known as gene expression. But it is precisely this traditional concept of the gene as a functional DNA segment with an effect on the phenotype of an organism that has fallen into a fundamental crisis due to the lack of success in determining the function of DNA from its sequence. The entire process of inheritance is therefore far more intricate and complex than previously assumed. The decoding of human genomic genetic information revealed a high degree of similarity in the structure and sequence of DNA with other animals, but this gives rise to the assumption that what distinguishes humans from other mammals lies more in the way their genes are regulated and embedded in the respective processes than in the specificity and number of genes. It is precisely these biochemical regulatory mechanisms, which react sensitively to environmental influences such as dietary habits and stress, interact at different molecular, intra- and extracellular levels and decide which genes are switched on or off, that are referred to by the term epigenetics. Epigenetics encompasses the study of these modifications and other gene regulatory mechanisms involving small RNAs, which can regulate gene expression. Despite the popularization of such insights, for example by the tireless Spiegel science journalist Georg Bleck and other popular science publications on epigenetics, the rumor persists that we as human individuals are merely the result or the sum of our parents' genes, knowledge of which is the key to our self. The 22-year-old student Sarah P., chairwoman of the Donor Children Association, who in early February 2013 sued the head of the Essen Center for Reproductive Medicine, Thomas Katzork, for the release of her biological father's personal data in a nationally acclaimed trial and won, justified her request by saying that she wanted to find out whether she might have been transmitted hereditary diseases of which she was unaware and wanted to rule out future incestuous relationships with possible half-siblings. She confided to the Bild newspaper journalist that she had found it particularly painful to learn that she had not been a love child. And in the spirit of genetic determinism, which has been disproved by epigenetic research but is still celebrating a happy era in everyday consciousness, she said in an interview with Stern TV about her biological father, "I would like to know who that was. I just want to see where I come from and what makes me who I am. I want to find the reasons for the way I am and look for answers, explanations for why I am the way I am." She confessed to Der Spiegel that she is driven by the question, why do I behave in this way and not in another? Anyone who seriously asks such idiotic questions really doesn't want to receive an answer, doesn't want to have any experiences, especially not in relation to themselves. Theodore W. Adorno describes such an anti-introceptive attitude, i.e. the rejection of self-reflection and the underlying self-naturalization of behavior as well as the resulting stereotypical thinking, as a characteristic of the refractory, armored, so-called F-scale authoritarian character in his authoritative studies on the authoritarian character. In his lecture Problems of Moral Philosophy, 1996, He defined such an attitude, which he identified as the core of Martin Heidegger's philosophy in his study Jargon der Eigentlichkeit, 1964, as follows: the idea of the right life, the right action, is actually reduced to acting as one is anyway. In other words, by acting in accordance with one's ethos, one's essential nature, the mere fact that one is like this and not otherwise becomes the yardstick for how one should behave. It is all the more shocking that the court and the media have endorsed this self-dehumanizing view in the case of Sarah R.'s lawsuit. The right to know one's own origins, said Judge Thomas Voigt of the Ham-Higher Regional Court in his reasoning, is a fundamental right. It is crucial for a young person to know their own biological parents, and no one should be denied this opportunity to develop their personality, because we are reflected in our parents. Talk of development is of course nonsense if we merely form the genetic mirror of our parents, but ideologies are not known to be characterized by consistency of thought. Wolfgang Janisch from the Süddeutsche Zeitung seconds accordingly. For children, knowledge of their own roots is important in order to develop their own personality. It is one of the constitutive factors of personality to know one's own ancestry, writes the Ham-Higher Regional Court in its ruling, in which it grants children conceived through artificial insemination a claim to their father's name. The fact that children are given the right to information about the anonymous sperm donor whose genes they carry shows the extent to which morality has now had to give way to science in family law. Developmental psychology has researched how important the knowledge of one's own roots is for the formation of a personality, and the courts have taken up and implemented this knowledge.
End quote.
It is known that only a fraction of the approximately 100,000 donor children in Germany know that their biological father is not identical to their social father, i.e., that their biological father, apart from a few seconds of friction, Mordecai Richler, has contributed nothing to their social and psychological development. Donor children who are unaware of this fact are not known to have any behavioral abnormalities or psychological damage that would be causally linked to the fact that they were not informed of it. In this respect, knowledge of one's roots is irrelevant for individual development, and one can easily live with not knowing one's origins. In the case of donor children, on the other hand, who know about their status because they have been informed about it at some point by, usually, their mother, it can be assumed that any developmental psychological problems they may have are more the result of an obsessive insistence on their ancestry on the part of their social environment, to which they would not have been exposed at all if they had not been informed about their status as donor children. The obsession with the supposedly formative biological ancestry is easily compatible with eugenic ideas, as the supposed imprinting of personality by genes is still a pious wish of blood and soil psychologists. At conferences of psychologists and geneticists, the unavoidable question of the genetic imprinting of personality is now referred to as the missing heritability problem. In contrast to the case of Sarah P., another refreshingly unassertive reproductive physician explained to Teresa Schmidt, a young woman also conceived through artificial insemination, who approached him with a request for the personal details of her biological father, that she had a social father and that was enough. Genes are not that important. A hypothetical case illustrates the consequences that could result if the right to know one's genetic lineage is interpreted as a personal right, as was already the case in a ruling by the Federal Court of Justice in 1989, when genetics was still on everyone's lips. A recalcitrant child who is annoyed by its own parents doubts their biological parenthood and either demands a genetic test or requires the mother to disclose her sexual contacts during the period of conception to the child in order to obtain proof of its genetic origin. While the legal argument has so far been that the anonymity of the biological father in the case of sperm donation serves the child's best interests, provided that the child grows up in an intact family with a social father, the position of the donor is now weakened by the latest ruling, which confirms the position of the Federal Court of Justice. The child can contest or terminate the social paternity. Apart from the legal consequences, the obsessive desire to see oneself determined by one's parents' genes and to believe that one already knows who one is by looking at one's own parents must be deciphered as a regressive ontological need. This need for a security that can supposedly be achieved through self-naturalization, which fortunately does not and cannot exist, serves above all as an escape from freedom. Instead of targeting the seamless social functional context, which sabotages the development of individuality on a daily basis because it only provides isolated individuals with experiences of their own superfluousness and powerlessness, the subjects subjected to it even want to psychologically outdo this as social sociality, Stefan Truer, in its compulsiveness. There should not even be any coincidences, everything should have its place in a predetermined order qua natural causality. In the alleged escape from the miserable freedom of will, which is necessarily linked to the assumption of responsibility, the post-bourgeois subject triumphs in its self-abnegation in the hallucinated nature. The fetishization of the biological origin becomes the legitimation for dozing off as an evolution-controlled bioautomaton, believing in fate and without dignity. Two films worth seeing, which were released in quick succession in the past decade, explore the civilization and life-weary need for self-detachment under opposite auspices. On the one hand, Werner Herzog's documentary Grizzly Man, 2006, about a middle-class dropout from the USA who, after a few drug escapades and brawls, decides to become the solitary protector of the completely unthreatened grizzly bears in Alaska, only to be torn apart and devoured by them 13 years later, along with his reluctant girlfriend at the time. Sean Penn's film adaptation of the same name of John Krakauer's book Into the Wild, 2007, about the short life of Christopher McCandless, who comes from the upper middle class. The latter can also be considered a dropout, albeit one who, before voluntarily parting with his car, credit card and cash to live a life in harmony with Alaskan nature, first successfully completed his history and anthropology studies at the renowned ivy-covered Emory University and could therefore have looked to the future with confidence. Herzog develops a brilliant psychogram of an animal lover who hates civilization and is tired of life, based on the archive material he has viewed and arranged, i.e. the film footage that either his protagonist Timothy Treadwell took of himself or his partner, who never appeared in sound or image. He identifies more and more with the bears, becoming increasingly paranoid, because he sees them as the better, truer people, and who more and more brazenly disregards the regulation in the nature reserve to keep a minimum distance of 100 yards from the shaggy monsters. Until the bitter end, of which only a soundtrack exists, but which, thanks to Herzog, is withheld from the viewer. A harrowing and at the same time clairvoyant key scene in the film shows how Treadwell, who childishly believes that nature is basically harmonious and peaceful, comes across the torn-off arm of a grizzly cub and a gnawed bear skull lying around in nature, which completely upsets him and plunges him into a state of despair because he refuses to accept that bears will attack bears or their own descendants when food is scarce. Christopher McCandless, inspired by American nature mystic hippie literature such as Ralph Waldo Emerson's Nature and Henry David Thoreau's Walden, turned his back on what he saw as a mendacious civilization and intended to assert himself in nature on his own, following the example of Robinson to live off the land, as he says. In contrast to the real Robinson, however, his experiment with leaving the land only lasted a few months, after which McClellan starved to death, possibly poisoning himself, as Penn depicts in the film, due to a lack of knowledge of the flora and fauna. There is a website dedicated to the story of McCandless, where anyone can publish their thoughts on his life, book, and film. There are no limits to the romanticization here, but it obviously doesn't stop at desk admirations, because, as Alaska Park Ranger Peter Christian reports, I am constantly exposed to what I call the McCandless phenomenon. Young people, almost always young men, come to Alaska to stand against a merciless wilderness and a landscape where the convenience of access and the possibility of rescue are virtually non-existent. McCandless wasn't particularly brave from my perspective either, just stupid, tragic, and reckless. First of all, he used very little time to learn how to survive in the wild. He came to the Stampede Trail without a map of the area. Had he had a good map, he could have easily saved himself.
End quote.
And Judith Kleinfeld, professor of psychology at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, writes in Anchorage Daily News, "Many in Alaska are reacting with anger to his stupidity. You have to be a complete idiot, they say, to starve to death 20 miles from the park's highway in the summer."
End quote.
Sean Penn, who expressed his solidarity with Saddam Hussein by visiting him shortly before the start of the war in 2003 and according to the wishes of his friend Hugo Chavez, should have been the U.S. ambassador to Venezuela, formulated his motivation for making a film about McCandless as follows: "You can never say so directly how exactly a film speaks to you. You have to feel it. And when you feel something, it means you know it. When I first saw the rusty old school bus on the cover of the book, I thought, I know that. It was like something that is part of me."
End quote.
In the Tagesspiegel, he said, "In a world that is becoming increasingly addicted to comfort, the need for elementary personal challenges is growing. To disappear into nature, to throw your own life's lies overboard and let yourself be overwhelmed by the truthfulness of nature, that is a very seductive idea, a longing that he feels almost every day." Penn's longing is for Heidegger's being toward death. The interviewer from Die Zeit provides him with the template. "As you once said, the question is not whether one learns to live properly, but to die properly," and Penn replies, "Death gives life its meaning. It's the religions that turn that around, all these man-destroying religions.
All of them.
That's the noise that pisses me off so much. I trust that people have a religion. As individuals, not groups. Excuse me, you have to belong to a club to believe something? The only thing that can be said with certainty and that science and religion agree on, we will die. If we accept death as the only real change in our lives, then we also have the opportunity to find some answers as to what we should do with our lives."
End quote.
If death is the only real change in people's lives, then life is a single monotony, the empty, dead time of capital, the blunt reflex to the dominance of a social doom that, if it is not consciously and collectively parried, reproduces its own preconditions again and again as a result in order to enable the cycle of self-exploitation of value on an extended level of reproduction from the beginning. Against recent existentialist projections that sound more like methodological individualism, according to which the continued existence of capital depends on the daily decisions of the subjects, it is important to remember a banal insight from Marx, less than any other my point of view, which understands the development of the economic formation of society as a process of natural history. Make the individual responsible for conditions of which he remains a social creature, however much he may subjectively rise above them. However, because this self-valorization in late capitalism repeatedly fails, not only during crises, and the subjects merely attached to this quasi-automatic movement become increasingly weary of themselves, their weariness turns into hatred of that which still seems to tentatively remind us of a better life. Transcendence, redemption, the eternal survival of souls, and thus religion. Apart from the paradisiacal fantasies of violence in Islam, which are almost anti-religious in this sense. It is this hatred that not only drives Sean Penn. The continuum of madness reveals itself not only in the naive search for one's own genes, from which one hopes to gain a necessarily completely empty self-knowledge, but also in the need to become one with nature, right up to the death wish, which accepts self-extinction because the fetishized nature should prevail. The search for one's own genetic origin is to a certain extent the domesticated and internalized version of the heroic outdoor struggle for survival, what the iceberg or grizzly tamer hopes for from the confrontation with raw external nature. The genealogist seeks in the primordial ooze of one's own biological past, which is supposed to precede and determine everything external, merely social. These modes of reaction could be described as a parody of thinking nature into the subject, as they represent the exact opposite of what Theodore W. Adorno and Max Horkheimer were aiming for with this formulation. For while Adorno insisted on breaking the spell of social heteronomy, the preponderance of the state, capital and rackets, i.e. second nature, in order to create the conditions for the possibility of reconciliation with one's own inner and outer first nature, the self-dehumanizing subjects strive to allow nature to triumph fatalistically over themselves. However, and it is important to remember this abduction, this little bit of our nature that is not nature, in contrast to the delusion that is the category of nature's preconception par excellence, is actually one with self-consciousness. We are actually no longer a part of nature ourselves the moment we recognize that we are a part of nature. The hardening against this realization is the self-abnegation of the spirit through socially approved thinking in mere categories of immanence. But if humanity has any meaning at all, then it consists precisely in the discovery that people are not absorbed in their actions, in their immediate natural determination. What has happened in the years since March 2020 seems to have fallen victim to a strange amnesia. Hardly anyone can remember the fervor with which measures were adhered to and fiercely defended, the senselessness of which is now grudgingly acknowledged. Who remembers the feeling of righteousness when meticulously observing the 1.5 m distance in the queue, the rising anger at the sight of unmasked people on the streetcar, or the pedagogical harshness with which unvaccinated friends were disinvited from their own birthday party? The measures themselves also seem to have been forgotten when they were abolished or replaced by new measures regulations such as the ban on accommodation or the 15-kilometer rule, which restricted freedom of movement and travel even within the country's borders, were supported and welcomed by the majority, but forgotten after their abolition and never demanded again. And even the most tedious and obvious regulations, such as the ubiquitous access controls and mask requirements, soon after their abolition seemed like dimly remembered episodes from a dystopian movie, rather than being reflected on as life historical experiences. At best, the breaches in political rhetoric are remembered with a shrug. There was talk of a tyranny of the unvaccinated, Frank Ulrich Montgomery, who as a minority terrorized the majority, Marie Agnes Strack-Zimmermann, even have taken the whole country hostage, Karl Lauterbach. This erosion of memory cannot be explained solely by the understandable desire to forget the tribulations of politics or even just one's own embarrassments while mindlessly participating. For as much as the corona years seem to have been erased from memory undigested, they were also constantly invoked. Hardly a day went by in 2023 without some digital technology, police, work organization or fiscal policy measure being passed off as a lesson from corona. The phrase "after the pandemic is before the pandemic" expresses the fact that the freedom to visit or shake hands again is only an act of mercy that can be revoked at any time, if the pandemic is not immediately declared to be the never-ending undercurrent of history, as was the case with the German Minister of Health, who warned in February 2023 that the pandemic was not yet over. Corona, meaning not the virus, but the ensemble of laws, public symbolizations, and everyday practices used to combat the pandemic was and is kept present in this way and at the same time eludes memory. Even the small-scale reappraisal of individual measures such as school closures tends to replace and block reflection on the suspension of legally secure conditions, everyday certainties and habits that Corona has meant. Corona is neither reflected upon as an experience past nor is a future after Corona envisaged. Rather, the after remained and remains postponed, either through the repeated assurance for months that the pandemic is over, or through the perpetuating repetition of affects, rhetorical figures and political techniques that Corona has ingrained. Even new events that were completely different from the pandemic, such as the war in Ukraine or the energy crisis, were loaded with vocabulary such as Zeitenwende, heralding yet another new normal, combined with appeals for morally ennobled, communal renunciation, or used to prepare centrally controlled emergency measures. In autumn 2022, for example, people indulged in fantasies of an energy lockdown or of vaccination centers converted into warming halls. And even with a view to the climate catastrophe, the toolbox of measures, Winfried Kretschmann, is not to be handed over. In his guest article for Die Welt, Health Minister Lauterbach threatened, "There will never be a vaccination against CO2. So we need measures to tackle climate change that are analogous to the restrictions on personal freedom in the fight against the pandemic."
End of quote.
The fact that the Corona past could neither be integrated and reflected upon as an experience in the emphatic sense nor that a perspective beyond the paradigm of measures and emergency situations seems possible is related. These are symptoms of the disappearance of both the space of experience and the horizon of expectation. Reinhard Koselleck used this pair of categories to describe the past and future references of every historical present. Experience is the present past, whose events have been incorporated and can be remembered, and expectation also takes place in the present, is the future made present. Experience and expectation, as the present forms of past and future, thus constitute the historical time of every concrete historical situation. The erosion of these two categories, which did not only begin in recent years, but showed its full extent here, can only be understood by means of their historical reconstruction. In the pre-industrial world, the horizon of expectation was still largely limited to what had already been experienced. A path of life marked out by the ancestors, the bringing in of harvests in the rhythm of the seasons, the change of rulers according to the course of generations. The horizon of expectation lay within the realm of experience. The only expectation that surpassed all previous experience was that of the return of Christ, the last judgment, the end of the world. It was precisely the otherworldliness of the apocalypse, which at the same time designated an outside of time as the end of time, that guaranteed its continued expectation, which could not be revoked by any contrary experience. If the end of the world did not occur as prophesied, this only provided proof of its all the more certain occurrence on the next date. The condition for this repeatability of end-time prophecies was the constant uniformity of everyday experiences. Eschatology was reproducible to the extent and as long as the experiential space in this world did not itself fundamentally change. The collision between religious expectations of salvation and earthly experiences occurred at the beginning of the modern era. The age of discovery, both geographical and scientific technical, confronted us with the unfamiliar in the conquered distance, but also in the immediate vicinity of the world of work and everyday life. All expectations had to be unsettled and new ones provoked, especially where the realm of experience was blown up within a generation. This applied to the formerly uniform, experience-based expectations of everyday life as well as to eschatological expectations. Where many things were experienced that had never been expected before, the technological acceleration of the movement of people, goods and news, political revolutions within the shortest of time frames, the incessant occurrence of the unexpected became a matter of experience. From then on, what had never been experienced before was almost regularly expected. And it was expected in the earthly future planned by human hands instead of in the divinely determined hereafter of historical time. The underlying experience of progress in the sense of a transformation of the world in this world thus allowed the doctrine of the last things to be overtaken by the venture of an open future. The modern era was indeed a new time, in which the tense expectations have increasingly distanced themselves from all previous experiences. The experience of the new fed the expectation of further new things that would once again surpass all experience. The expected could no longer be derived from experience, yet this expectation was based on experience, just as all expectations and experiences are dependent on each other. Expectations can only be made by those who already have experiences that are expected to be repeated or surpassed. Experiences can only be made by those who expect something and whose expectations are fulfilled, disappointed or exceeded. No expectation without experience, no experience without expectation. Corona was initially characterized by a narrowing of the horizon of expectations. The oft-repeated assurance that the next few weeks will be decisive constantly shortened the future time to which political and, in the medium term, private action could still be related. Driving on sight was the general formula. Individual everyday life and social processes were removed from long-term planning by making them subject to short-term forecasts. In the past, the technique of prognostics had meant the replacement of end-time prophecies with rationally determined futures. In the early modern period, the art of political prognostication established a concept of the future in the sense of a finite set of possibilities extrapolated from experience, according to which current behavior had to be guided. The future, as a plannable and calculable time, was thus visualized. The forecast produces the time out of which and into which it projects itself, whereas apocalyptic prophecy destroys the time from whose end it lives. The prophecy of the end of the world had banished time into a static uniformity until its occurrence, within which all action was oriented solely towards the religious alternative of good or evil, final redemption or eternal damnation. The secular politics of interdenominational states, on the other hand, aimed at the predicted future, had to be guided solely by the greater or lesser evil. This kind of pragmatism has become outdated since rational prognostics are no longer used to weigh up possibilities against each other, but to paint apocalyptic scenarios today, the climate crisis or the corona mass extinction, which in turn only force the moral alternative of good or evil, as the end-time prophecies once did. During corona, forecasts, trends and curves with changing parameters, R-value, incidence, hospitalization rate, etc., were used to calibrate individual and collective action towards the morally correct avoidance of worst-case scenarios. The forecasts did not allow a choice between different future options, but were intended to encourage people to maintain an ideal or at least still acceptable actual state with low figures or to return to it. Numbers that are too high mean that coronavirus has been allowed to run its course for too long, meaning that we have progressed too far into the bleak future and need to turn back. But if the future only means approaching death, there is no longer any future at all to which any qualitative expectation could be attached. Not only has the horizon of expectation been narrowed in this way, but what has been experienced cannot be integrated into the experiential space. Experience is primarily gained when something unexpectedly new occurs. In the cycle of loosening and tightening, it was not possible to experience anything new. Although the initial announcement of the measures was a turning point, the impression of the suddenness of lockdown and social distancing was also accompanied by the feeling of the eerily familiar, the expected. The implementation of home office, homeschooling, distancing rules, etc. had meant practical changes. The implementation of home office, homeschooling, social distancing rules, etc. had meant practical changes, but the avoidance of physical contact, the renunciation of social pleasures, the replacement of social life with digital surrogates could at the same time connect to pre-existing needs and tendencies, as the feature pages unabashedly blurted out in their endless hymns of praise for the coronavirus years, which were disguised as a time of contemplation. In this sense, the all-round isolation was only the concrete realization of an abstractly already valid total isolation of individuals from each other and meant the either painful or pleasurable experience of a present in a continuous loop, beyond which no perspective can be opened up, the breakthrough of a long-suspected nonsense existence as a mostly not even systemically relevant winch servant in the treadmill of history. The perception of time is changeable over time. Historical consciousness itself is historical. For the ancients, time was still identical with the daily orbit of the sun and the fixed starry sky. The position of the subject as a resting contemplative observer corresponded to this, as did the location of the Earth at the center of the cosmos. History as a directional development, even as an accelerated progression of the world as a whole toward some goal, was inconceivable in this scheme. Time consisted of the incessant repetition of a uniform natural process, against whose regular cyclical sequence all further movements and processes could be measured, and to which uniformity and eternity had to be ascribed for the very reason that the concept of time demanded that it be completely self-identical as a measure that could not be measured. The very fact that a before or after of time would have presupposed a measure lying outside the visible orbit of the heavens would have made the idea of a beginning or end of time absurd for Aristotle. The Jewish and Christian concept of time was different. Not only should all time have a beginning, as described in Genesis, but above all a goal, the arrival of the Messiah or the return of Christ on the last day. Time was oriented towards the coming of salvation. This meant that time was not only fixed on a linear axis, but was also redefined qualitatively, as an interim period in which humanity had to prove itself until the redemptive last judgment, as the time before the time in which the kingdom of God would be realized on earth. For Christianity, which was institutionalized within the world, the extension of this waiting state meant the intensification of a contradiction that was difficult to bear, which was already inherent in the contradictory words of Jesus: "The kingdom of God is among you and your kingdom come." On the one hand, humanity was to be redeemed in the church, while on the other hand, it was still in need of redemption in the waiting room of history. The impossible was to be achieved: reconciliation with the continuing irreconcilability of the world. Postponing the return of Christ indefinitely and shifting salvation either to the afterlife or to inwardness, as Augustine suggested, only helped in the short term. From the High Middle Ages onwards, there were more and more attempts to teach the coming of the kingdom of God as an imminent event in this world, as Joachim de Fiori did, or even to strive for its revolutionary realization, as Thomas Müntzer did as the theologian of the Peasants' War. From such an interpretation of earthly world history as the fulfillment of a divine plan of salvation, not much more was needed to arrive at the philosophy of history as the doctrine of a logic immanent in history with a rational telos. Only from here could all past events be presented as purposeful developments within a historical continuum, the culmination of which was to be the bourgeois state, Hegel, or world communism, Marx. According to Karl Loeth, this was the derivation of the secular irreligion of progress from its theological model. When Ernst Bloch, for example, believed that the religious utopia of medieval prophets of the end times prophesied the same state of humanity in fog and generality towards which the socialist revolution wants to steer in sunshine and precision, he failed to recognize that the precision with which scientific socialism claims to have planned the happy end of history is precisely the nebulous quality that it has in common with all religious or secular doctrines of stages. All historical teleology bears the mark of theology. What Christian eschatology and the modern philosophy of history had in common was the idea of a goal-oriented course of history and the definition of this goal as the realm of freedom. The latter is a secularization insofar as salvation is no longer expected in the hereafter but in this world, not at the end of time but in time. This process may be called secularization, but it would be more correct to call it temporalization. The fact that the salvific horizon of expectation could be located within historical time was due to an experience of time that could no longer be attributed to natural cycles or divine planning, the experience of acceleration, by virtue of which historical time qualifies as time specifically produced by human beings. While the Church had taught the shortening of time at the end of all days, 1,000 years become one day, the new experience of acceleration in technology, communication, transport and production did not mean a shortening of natural time. Natural time remains the same, says Kozelek, but the content of time created by humans is realized at an accelerated rate. The innovations and increases occurring at ever shorter intervals in all areas of social life filled the experiential space from which a new horizon of expectation opened up in an optimistic way. The formerly Christian expectations of salvation have since been able to crystallize in technical progress. They themselves became a secondary phenomenon. To the extent that historical time was experienced as not just linear and purposeful, but dynamic. However, the transition from a cyclical, static to a linear, dynamic experience of time is not the only way to understand the progression from antiquity to modern times, but above all as a history of increasing abstraction. Time, which used to be based on the orbit of the heavens, was not only phenomenally vivid, but also meant a concrete dependence on natural processes. A day began with the rising and ended with the setting of the sun. There was no concept that the day was longer in summer than in winter, shorter in the north than in the south, because a measure of time lying outside the natural process had not yet been found, because it had not been sought. Even the division of the day into 12 hours of sunshine did not yet mean the introduction of a measure independent of the natural process, because until the early modern period the length of the hour remained variable depending on the length of the day. According to such a conception of concrete time, time was a dependent variable determined by the movement of the sky, the duration of daylight, or even the length of prayers or work processes, as was still common in primitive cultures up until modern times. An independent measure of time of uniform day and hour lengths only became established with a capitalist mode of production. It found its first manifest expression in the public mechanical clock and thus entered into competition with the traditional ecclesiastical division of time, in which the liturgical rhythm of masses and hourly prayers was predominantly determined by changing sundials. From then on, the bells of the new non-ecclesiastical clock towers, which were first built by cloth merchants, rang out the trading day and the working hours of weavers, spinners and dyers. The town clock thus became the instrument of the economic, political, and social rule of the merchants who set the tone in the community. Rigorous timekeeping was in their interest, as it was advisable for the day laborers, the textile proletariat, to start and finish their work at precisely defined hours. These are the beginnings of work organization, distant harbingers of Taylorism. Disciplining the workers in order to synchronize the work processes is one thing. The new time regime became necessary due to the peculiar dual character of labor under capitalism. According to Marx, the two sides of commodity value, use value and exchange value, are produced by two moments of the labor process. the concrete labor that produces use value, and the abstract labor in general, that underlies the determination of exchange value, which is detached from all concrete properties and usability of the commodity. Exchange value is the dimension of value that makes all commodities comparable with one another, whereby the labor used to produce them is also reduced to the common denominator of all concrete individual labor. Only time can be used to measure this abstract labor, and thus to determine the value of the product. Because the measurement of the working day had to be independent of the duration of daylight in order to achieve an identical standard across seasons and locations, which made the goods produced comparable with one another, the measurement of abstract time, made possible by the mechanical clock, became established. Since then, it has served as a measure of working time in production. The amount of working time required to produce a commodity, measured in constant hours, determines its value. However, the decisive factor is not the actual labor time spent. Working slowly does not automatically create more value, but the average labor time required by society. It is determined by the level of productive forces. Depending on the socially achieved degree of worker discipline, mechanization of the means of production, etc., the same commodity can be produced in 1 hour, half an hour, or a quarter of an hour. Because capitalism forces products onto the market under penalty of extinction, the productivity standard not only determines the socially necessary working time, but also vice versa. The average necessary working time determines the intensity of individual production. Those who work too slowly despite a socially increased level of productivity are overtaken by the competition and suffer losses. The social average working time is therefore necessary in two respects. On the one hand, it is the average time required to produce something, for which time serves as an abstract measure of time, and at the same time the time required to produce this something at the risk of losing profit. In this respect, the working hour is concretely determined by the production of material wealth to be accomplished in it. An hour of work only corresponds to a social working hour if a certain quantity of use value has been produced in it. The actually outdated definition of time as concrete time determined by its content is thus reasserted. What an abstract hour is always remains constant. What does not remain constant is the concrete definition of an hour as the time in which a certain quantity of goods must be produced. This quantity of goods, i.e. the material wealth whose production constitutes the value, is constantly growing. More and more can be produced per unit of time because the increase in social knowledge and the development of technologies are incorporated into production, and more must be produced. However, the value of the quantity of goods produced per hour must always fall back to the hourly standard as soon as the new productivity level has become socially accepted. Increased productivity, e.g. through machine production, only results in an increase in the value of hourly production as long as the competition does not yet have machines. Once increased productivity has become the social standard, a new round of increasing productive power is initiated for the purpose of, temporarily, increasing value. Moishe Postone describes this treadmill effect as a dialectic of transformation and reconstitution. Increasing productivity increases the amount of value produced per unit of time, until this productivity is generalized. At this point, the quantity of value achieved in this time period falls back to its previous level due to its abstract and general temporal determination. The result is a new determination of the social working hour as well as a new base level of productivity, which in turn forces the introduction of new methods of increasing productivity. Postone calls historical time the movement of the social working hour, the concrete content of which is redefined with each new level of productivity, even though its abstract measure of time remains identical. Thus, contrary to Kozelek's opinion, it is not natural time that remains the same, while the content of time is realized at an accelerated rate, but time as an abstraction realized in the production of value, which reflects a social relationship that enforces identity. This constant time corresponds to a constant quantity of value, which is only constituted by abstract human labor time, while at the same time the dynamic of increasing productivity means that less and less human labor time is required to create material wealth. However, even immense increases in productive power cannot be accompanied by a liberation from the yoke of labor as long as value remains the predominant form of social wealth that forces production for the sake of production. As productivity increases, value becomes increasingly anachronistic and yet continues to exist. Its dynamic tends to overtake human labor and at the same time presupposes it as constitutive. The potential to leave the treadmill of capitalist production is simultaneously brought forth and driven back by it. No historical necessity leads to the abolition of the capital relation and to entry into an association of free men. Marx. No reason prevails in history, which, even if it were to lead purposefully to a happy end, would be the height of unreason if the prior accumulation of maltreated bodies were a necessary precondition for its successful development. The fact that no law prescribes progress from capitalism to the realm of freedom became apparent at the latest with Auschwitz. when the end in itself of production turned into annihilation as an end in itself. This historical rupture also maintains the dynamics of the capital relationship. Progressive automation, robotization, and digitalization are radically shrinking the proportion of abstract human working time in material production, while at the same time the extraction of human working time for the purpose of the self-exploitation of value must continue, as a result of which countless people in the most developed countries are condemned to increasingly stupid activities outside the sphere of production, without any reasonable future telos to be read from the individual biography or even the historical whole. The dominant definition of time remains abstract time, measured by ever more precise clocks, which sets the seemingly homogeneous pace of the present, to which the increasing level of productivity dictates its ever denser content. Historical time is accumulated in this, which makes no more demands on the present than to keep pace with the ever same value utilization at all levels. Past and future are drawn together to form an endless present in which, in the words of Paul Virilio, raging stasis prevails. It consists of permanent self-revolution and constantly requires new adaptations, without this newness being anything completely different from a function of the notorious existing. Everything progresses in the whole, but not the whole until today. In concrete terms, this historical movement of reproduction on a progressive ladder represents an ever-narrowing, ascending spiral. Its line of flight is a point of highest density that expands into infinity, at which the conversion of money into more money reproduces itself infinitely quickly and infinitely often. On its way there, the process of value realization is opposed by two born enemies. One is the materiality of nature, the other is time per se. Materiality and time are not simply given to the subject as natural facts, but designate limits that the subject encounters with its arbitrariness, and only in this resistance of nature can it perceive and comprehend them as such. An action performed on natural material cannot achieve just any effect, and in order to achieve the desired effect it must first be anticipated in thought, then prepared and practically caused. The sequence of cause and effect is fixed in a temporal relationship. Simultaneity of cause and effect belongs to the realm of magic. But this is precisely where processive value drives us, to potentiate itself infinitely in real time, without loss of time, in the exchange of money commodity money, although it must consume material nature and natural labor power in the time of production and allow it to turn over in the time of circulation. All accumulation can only take place in time, but every time in which it takes place will have taken far too long. This is the fundamental dilemma, which is why Marx says in the second volume of Capital that the time of capital is, in its conception, zero time, i.e. the dissolution and annihilation of all time. The real time of capital, according to Joachim Brun, consists in the tendency to set itself equal zero. It is the abolition of all time, and thus also the abolition of all memory, all history and all experience. In the senseless and hopeless struggle against the limits that materiality and temporality set for the domination of nature, the relapse into mere nature is already predetermined. Humanity as a historyless herd that vegetates in the cycle of the seasons and whose form of society, which has coagulated into a second nature, is granted the self-purposefulness and permanence that was reserved solely for the first nature in the traditional ideologies. The crises that still occur are then no longer interpreted as apexes of history at which a decision between restoration or revolution must or even could be made. Instead, the crisis seems to have become static, the state of emergency a permanent state that is no longer, as in Carl Schmitt's fantasy, ended by a sovereign decision, but instead constantly dictates new alternative less administrative acts derived from practical necessity. The natural cyclicality, the repetition, the stability of the predetermined order regain temporal primacy over historicity and the simultaneously progressive orientation of modern temporality, writes Dario Gentili. Quote, the temporality of the neoliberal crisis therefore locates itself entirely within natural history, which is determined by the absence of alternatives.
End quote.
This renaturalization of time has reached its temporary climax with Corona, this no-alternative social experiment in the alternation of summer rutting season and lockdown hibernation, and continued, initially moderated by energy policy, in the rhythm of good summers and hard winters. Sociologist Philip Staub has made a plea for the endless present in his bestseller adaptation. In it, he spells out his vision of a postmodern society in which the traditional paradigms of self-development, emancipation and progress are to be replaced by the triad of self-preservation, adaptation, and mitigation. In all seriousness, morels, chanterelles or toadstools, which symbolize a symbiotic, reciprocal and solidary way of life, are a model for this social form. Once society has been transformed into a mushroom mycelium, the question of the future becomes obsolete. Staub has learned from the Shell Youth Study that for many young people, emphatic access to the future is already central to securing individual living conditions and preventing catastrophic situations. This emergence of self-preservation issues entails a widely accepted renunciation of progress. Utopias of progress, on the other hand, have had their day. Quote, instead, young people accept real dystopias. Staub draws the conclusion from the correct observation that the real basis of progressive historical concepts has been withdrawn and that they are no longer even held onto as ideology, to paint the model of a rational technocracy of survival, which only serves precarious self-preservation in the here and now. Quote, if the changeover from eternity to the future characterizes the modern relationship to time, the changeover from the future to the present characterizes the adaptive society.
End quote.
It is questionable whether the world as it currently is can be the last word, or whether the agitations for adaptation and renunciation of progress are not rather the defensive battles of an order that has already been counted. After all, it is obvious that the late capitalist accumulation regime is reaching its limits. However, it is by no means certain that the present, which is characterized by disruptions and signs of crisis, is pregnant with a completely different future for this reason alone. Forward-looking diagnoses of crises are often made by cranks in order to offer cures that have been slow sellers for decades. However, the current permanent crisis will not automatically be ended by an emancipative liberation. It is even conceivable that Jean Baudrillard, who claimed neither the end of history nor its progression, but only its senseless continuation, is right. Quote, the worst thing is precisely that nothing stops and that all this will continue in a slow, protracted and retrograde manner, in the hysteresis of all that continues to grow like fingernails after death. Whoever wants to put an end to this present must want something else. Just as it is not a predetermined fate that has led to the present state, so it is not possible to derive an automatic successor from the present state. The fact that in the 19th century Marx, who today is ridiculed as a believer in progress, was able to wrest a logic from the hopeless absurdity of the capital relationship that made its transformation into an association of free people tangible was not because he had gained insight into a universal historical automatism. Rather, Marx and other revolutionaries, following the imperative that cannot be derived from any theory, to overthrow all conditions in which man is a degraded, enslaved, abandoned, contemptible being presupposed the rational telos of history itself, as a consciously willed goal anticipated by freedom. Only under the proviso of this goal did the inconsistencies of the capital relation appear as contradictions that could be resolved by liberated humanity. Once liberated humanity was assumed to be the ultimate goal, history suddenly became logical, and could now even explain why the critic only now comes across this ultimate goal, because only capital historicizes time and links the determination of its content to social production, the objective possibility of a future liberation from want. Toil and oppression could be glimpsed in the developed state of the productive forces, but precisely only through a subject that places what it finds under the purpose of that very liberation. For eons, the question of progress had no meaning. It only arises after the dynamic from which the idea of freedom could be extrapolated has been released, says Adorno. At least the possibility is there. The progress produced by the ever-same is that one can finally begin, at any moment. If, on the other hand, people are content with the renunciation of progress, Staub, because they lack the imagination for what is possible, then all history loses the meaning it was given. In 1978, Wolfgang Port wrote, if capital is not followed by the association of free producers, then it has not been a historical progress either, but ends up in the cemetery of remarkable but lost cultures, turning from an object of the critique of political economy into an object of ethnology. If there is to be progress, we cannot rely on providence, but there must be people who freely decide that things cannot go on like this. The constitution of humanity as a historical subject therefore always remains a piece of usurpation, anticipation, speculation, a leap into the deep end, says Port. Whether this leap will ever succeed is as uncertain as it is certain what the alternative is. Either humanity really constitutes itself as a historical subject, or it can prepare itself to be beaten to death or at least beaten back by the second nature, which is even more uncomfortable than the first, and not only to historical but possibly even natural historical stages of development, to the level of those weak and hunted animal species of which Marx still speaks metaphorically in Capital, and which Port described as post-nuclear mutations in the event of a nuclear war, but which today could be an image for the transhumanistically regressed herd of cattle into which the digitalized prevention society threatens to transform itself. Even if no doom is so seamlessly total that it could force the full identification of all those subjected to it, people still fall ill after all, in view of the atrophy of spontaneity, the loss of imagination and the elimination of the experience of time. The possibility of stopping the course of history as humanity in order to finally enter into it is still a bad one. Whatever critical thinking is still stirring is therefore in opposition to all the cheerful prophecies of a different future, and yet, against the apologists of the endless present, it must at the same time see it as both a possibility and a necessity. History, which never merely spans the past and present, is a prerequisite of thought, in that it not only constitutes the rational subject, but also the objects of its cognition. There would be nothing to recognize in the superhistorical and non-historical, only to worship without concepts. Conversely, cognition is a prerequisite for history, because only cognition brings the frozen things into flow, reveals them as having become historical and therefore changeable. Unlike the adaptive society, critical thinking can therefore not afford to renounce the future. It rejects religion's certainty of salvation, but not its desire for redemption. When reality catches up with the polemic, it leaves at least a bland aftertaste. Christoph Turk writes, most schoolchildren today also have a smartphone, which marks the point of indifference between work and leisure, work and home, public and private. This makes it all the more irritating for them that their everyday school life is not smartphone compliant. They still have to go to a school building that is separate from their home. There are still fixed common classrooms and times, homogeneous teaching groups with a fixed canon of subjects and a fixed workload for entire year groups.
End of quote.
Except for the reference to smartphones, this passage can be found almost word for word in his book Lehre. With the COVID-19 pandemic, which tested the world for its forms of socialization 1 year after Christoph Turk's book was published, much of what was said became reality. Millions of parents in Germany will have to take care of their children themselves from the beginning of next week, Jan Hofer announced in the Tagesschau, announcing the lockdown in schools and daycare centers, which marked the beginning of the era of homeschooling. What Turk had criticized as a bold dream of the advocates of a new learning culture now had to become functional in real time. It is obvious that this is not so easy, especially across the board, if a WLAN network has never been set up in some schools and therefore the school cloud cannot be used. And we are already in the middle of the discussion about the state of digitalization in Germany, whether as a savior in the person of the Amazon Messenger, so that the customer no longer has to go outside the door, in the form of cloud and communication software providers for the office, so that public transport is available as exclusively as possible to professional groups condemned to systemic relevance, as a scapegoat for the fact that the old world cannot be translated into the second life so easily after all. Some fear that all this online shopping could make companies like Amazon even more powerful. There is something for every participant in the discussion. There is only a vague idea of what digitalization is supposed to be. Basically, all phenomena are subsumed under it that transplant any activities into the space of the World Wide Web or at least onto computers. When a book is scanned, the university group also advertises its lectures on Facebook instead of with posters on trees. The factory worker is handed a tablet instead of a clipboard, including a ballpoint pen or a sensor in a machine collects so much data that the maintenance time can be determined qua computing power and thus the rejects in production can be kept to a minimum or even close to zero, which would otherwise have been at the expense of the as yet unnoticed damage. Although the basis of all digitization is contained in all these things, digitization must be examined in its position in relation to the capitalist exchange of goods in order to define the term. This means that these manifestations would have to be brought into constellation with the categories of the critique of political economy. In this context, it makes sense to make a conceptual distinction between the digitalized economy and the digital economy. Digitalized economy is defined by the fact that an increase in efficiency within a production process takes place through the use of algorithms as data processing procedures. The term algorithm has become a byword for all non-traceable processes in the digital sector. Here, it basically only describes a code, a procedural instruction, for the machine or computer, that needs to be processed, for example, to sort certain elements according to characteristics. Together with databases, this corresponds to the classic concept of programming. A distinction should be made between this and what is called artificial intelligence. An algorithm, AI cannot do without it either, is confronted with an unstructured amount of data in a training phase, and is supposed to learn independently to continuously improve the probability and quality for a hit, i.e. a successfully solved problem. This machine learning has nothing to do with data processing in the first instance. However, some areas of the large internet companies use elements of machine learning or artificial intelligence in the differentiation of their platforms. An example of this would be the Google Assistant voice assistant. However, it remains to be seen whether the technical difference is so clear in the reality of the commodity exchange society. Google, for example, initially faced the disorganized internet, but has created an order in its database with suggested results for users or user groups through a simple combination of website classification and user queries, and has been continuously developing it ever since. These measures, which can be attributed to the general rationalization of the production process and operate under jargon words such as smart factory, are not our topic. However, the concept of Industry 4.0 0 to secure Germany as a business location, or its Chinese counterpart, Made in China 2025 foot, is. The digital economy, on the other hand, is to be defined as a business model of circulation that necessarily requires algorithms as data processing procedures and a logic of its own that arises as a result. This inherent logic gives rise to large platforms that enable these companies to develop a competitive advantage over their rivals. The labor sociologist Philip Staub brings to light some interesting reading on the subject of a digital economy understood in this way, as does the Canadian author, a luminary of the Anglo-Saxon left Nick Srnicek in a narrower book. However, interested misjudgments regarding the position of information per se in the relationship between the spheres of production and circulation do not allow either of them to go beyond an affirmation of the state and bourgeois society. Incidentally, this is not to claim that these companies, which will be discussed below, do not realize any commodity revenues at all. In the sale of their own products as part of the commodity money circulation, they are of course equal to all other companies. However, the relevance of the digital sector in the economy is controversial. The decisive question would be whether digitalization takes place in production or for circulation. As far as the latter is concerned, it is hardly visible, for example, in the preliminary calculation of the turnover shares of online trade in total retail trade. Large internet groups, insofar as they function as platform companies, do not realize their profits from actual sales of goods, which are essential for the formation of capital to and for me, which is then distributed from the surplus value mass to subjects or companies. Rather, their use value is the improved distribution of goods. The platform companies include Alphabet, Google, Apple, Meta, Facebook, Amazon, and Microsoft. Not all of them as pure players, but in various parts, often referred to in the literature as the Big 5 foot or as the acronym GAFAM Group. Apple is an exception here. In addition, Microsoft is sometimes left out. Despite lagging behind in terms of its platform logic capabilities, Microsoft is still one of the 5 most expensive companies in the world, as of 2022. The inclusion of Microsoft and Apple is essential for a discussion of the digital economy as a whole. Although production is their absolutely necessary prerequisite, the primacy of traditional production companies over pure distribution companies does not arise. Rather, it must be emphasized that the focus on this or that company says nothing at all about capital as such or value as such, as the increase in money that seems to miraculously emerge from the circulation of money after a certain period of time can only be captured by the average of all exchange processes of all companies. Whether the peculiarities of the business models of the leading companies of the Internet, driven by technological progress, describe something significantly new in the categories of political economy or merely a new manifestation of the familiar, should be asked at this point. Manfred Dahlmann excludes companies from the definition of the essence of capital because he first traces the logical impossibility of capital being formed from the circulation of money alone, and therefore the money riddle cannot be explained in this way. From there, he goes on to define the concept of labor value, in order to bring together the capital formula and the concept of value. Without abstract labor in the sphere of production, which includes not only, but also the classical industrial sector, value could not convey the unequal units of measurement of labor value and commodity or monetary value. However, the conclusion of a primacy for the surplus value production of those particular, classically industrial production companies cannot be drawn. A large part of surplus value is no longer generated there today. Production goes through all industries and sectors, so that an empirical differentiation of profits that arise from the circulation of money, which must be at the expense of others, from those that are due to the production of surplus value has become impossible due to the increase in complexity alone. Platform companies, many of the most successful of which are either not pure platform companies from the outset or if they are do not remain pure platform companies, owe their rise to the increased relevance of the sphere of circulation, which probably takes on the clearest form in the financial sector. Their success is based on technological progress, just as technological progress is based on the success of the financial sector. The establishment of their own technical networks, banks and other financial market companies and the associated demand for mathematically complex product innovations such as high-frequency trading as well as the search for investment opportunities in growth markets were able to fill the order books of the communications industry, which was expected to generate considerable returns. The laying of a transatlantic submarine cable by a U.S. telecommunications company, for example, provided the 5 milliseconds in data transfer that were crucial for high-frequency trading. Joachim Brun had already said all that was necessary about the efforts of the stock market players to reduce data transfers to milliseconds, how this struggle of the sovereign with zero time as the total bankruptcy of capital in post-fascism is articulated in the economic papers and in the black masses of national economic occultism can be studied, as always reliably, in the FAZ. Here one suffers from the fact that the speed of light is the limiting factor of the national economy. This is really bad news, but no reason to give up the fight. The financial sector is also responsible for the logic behind the prerequisites and design of the business model. Staub first makes the analogy between money and digital goods and writes that financial products, for example loans, derivatives, company shares, are used to trade goods that are nothing more than electronically stored data, i.e. infinitely scalable. They can be created, are in principle unscarce. For the production of new capital, they therefore only require demand and an electronic booking system.
End quote.
The same applies to the scarcity of digital goods. As data, they are ultimately nothing more than series of numbers, information. Once produced, they can be reproduced at will and at negligible additional cost, and the requirements for hardware equipment in the form of server farms are hardly taken into account compared to fully infinite scalability. The approaches to solving the manifest crisis of capital, which cannot find any profitable investment opportunities and for which measures such as quantitative easing are set up to maintain the dynamics of the sphere of circulation, in turn serve Heinlein as a projection surface to depict the phase when the stock markets pounced on the new economy, and the stock market boom distanced itself from the real economy, under state direction of asset price Keynesianism, in a moralizing manner. As it were, via the state. Because capital is the crisis par excellence as a non-concept, Staub and Heinlein must also permanently fail to solve the crisis within the political economy or the state and capital. They can only rationalize its phenomena. Just like asset price Keynesianism, quantitative easing is also a dazzling term that is bandied about in the left-wing academic press. Admittedly, this is not to argue with those who reject the analysis of current economic developments because capitalism is a fundamentally irrational event. But one thing is clear. Every monetary policy measure could be examined and evaluated in terms of its objective, its implementation and its result. It is almost certain that no laws will be established for the future. The assertion that the financial and real economies coexist is, of course, nothing other than blatant nonsense, as it is the financial companies that keep circulation going by feeding money, which has previously undergone the metamorphosis of self-valorized value, back into the sphere of circulation. Heinlein refers here to Robert P. Brenner, who summarizes this as follows in a text tracing the economic development leading up to the financial crisis. Instead of supporting growth by increasing its own borrowing and deficit spending, as with traditional Keynesianism, the government would thus stimulate expansion by enabling corporations and rich households to increase their borrowing and deficit spending by making them wealthier, at least in paper, by encouraging speculation in equities. What might be called asset price Keynesianism.
End quote.
Basically, this was about enabling investment activity at the smallest private sector level, implicitly calling on the state to fulfill its budgetary obligations and not spend more than it earns. Leftists can apparently only think of the state as an economic subject as the infamous Swabian housewife. As a result, capital owners had to turn to increasingly risky forms of investment, and then invested in uncertain, unprofitable technology companies, for example. In this context, sociologists like Staub ask themselves the fundamental question of whether the profit principle still applies at all. After all, with derivatives trading, the financial market has developed a business model in which the combination of loans with different risk assessments in one financial product no longer makes the interest on a successful loan repayment the source of profit, but rather the timely exit.
End quote.
Staub now describes the equivalent of the digital economy to the derivatives of the financial market with the investment practice of this exit capitalism in startups. These can initially claim a high innovation and thus growth potential, as their business plan wants to claim and fill a niche for itself that has not yet been recognized and made profitable. However, the venture capital owners are not speculating on returns and dividends from profits, which would require a more money-promising or capital-forming process of commodity money circulation, but on an expectation of profit that can be realized after the sale of their shares. Staub sees internet startups as the spearhead of a more general economic trend. Quote, 76% of companies that went public in the USA in 2017 did so without investors being able to make a profit from current revenues. This figure was last exceeded in 2000 at the height of the dot-com boom, 81%. Of 15 technology companies that went public between January and May 2018, only 3 had a positive balance sheet. The real business model here is to time the exit right.
End quote.
What the companies now manufacture or sell, in short, how they cover their costs and put money in their coffers, is of secondary importance to the capital owners as long as other venture capital owners consider the business plan to be even more valuable and innovative, i.e. continue to give it high growth opportunities. The exit capitalism of the digital sector is a symptom of the condition of success of those online companies, by which the digital matadors of the circulation sphere, the Big Five, are meant. These companies withstood the bursting of the dot-com bubble, outlived their competitors or bought them up according to the logic of growth before profit, as the mirror image of exit logic, and, with their position in the technological research and development process, were among the players in primitive accumulation in the digital sector. Unlike in Marx's chapter of Capital on so-called primitive accumulation here is merely a metaphor for the collection and further processing of data for the development of algorithms, which in turn are supposed to improve the data processing cycle, which cannot be thought of without an original lead in technological progress, whether it is determined in devices or in codes. Admittedly, their exorbitantly high stock market value is also offset by the big question mark as to how these companies are supposed to earn their money. However, they are not just about launching a new product on the market. There is something else that is crucial for the digital economy. According to Staub, the special thing about the leading companies of the commercial internet is that they are not primarily producers who operate on markets, but markets on which producers operate. With this business model, they pursue the goal of establishing quasi-markets, on which a meeting of supply and demand is to be achieved. According to Srnaisek, these platforms act as intermediaries that bring different users together with the help of their digital infrastructures. Data fed into them fulfills a number of important capitalist functions. It trains algorithms and gives them a competitive edge. It enables the coordination and outsourcing of labor. It allows production processes to be optimized and made more flexible. It makes it possible for low-margin goods to become high-margin services. And in a virtuous circle, data analysis itself generates data again.
Quote, end.
This defines the decisive difference with which the platform goes beyond the hardly new business model. Think of the former auto catalog, which has only been published online since 2018, of earning money as a pure distribution company by bundling a wide variety of product offerings. Of course, this definition corresponds to the liberal understanding of the market, whether it is conceived as a national or a global market. However, the market always remains abstract, and somewhere the goods do appear, somewhere the goods must be carried to market, Marx. Not to mention the fact that all sellers of goods with a legal form, tax number and address are always subject to state access, however mediated. However, this access is limited to companies, not to the market. Because social democrats notoriously refuse to acknowledge this, they also react to the recently discovered supposed form of the market, the proprietary market, by demanding regulation. In this sense, platform companies are distribution companies. Pure platform companies basically do not exist. Srnaisek speaks of lean platforms using the example of Uber, which would probably come closest to this. However, if Uber were used as a paradigm for all these considerations, many insights could not be made that go beyond platform logic, but can only be explained using it as a condition of possibility. At the center of platform logic is the user, or in economic terms, the consumer. Srnaisek argues that due to the now cost-effective possibility of collecting data, information about consumer behavior from transaction processes is now being collected by platform companies that would have been withheld from companies in traditional capitalist production. The behavior of the consumer forms the raw material, the natural source. It is not only recorded, but also condensed through the qualified work of data analysts or through the automated work of a self-learning algorithm into information about a more or less temporary profile. He thus naturalizes the socially shaped ideology of use and exchange value-oriented interest. In the original, the distinction between programming using algorithms and databases and artificial intelligence is clear, whether through the skilled labor of a data scientist or the automated labor of a machine learning algorithm. Nick Srnaisek, Platform Capitalism, page 57. Unfortunately, this important distinction all too often falls victim to the need for sensationalism, even in the case of the authors discussed, as it blocks the cool analytical view of what is usually programmed in at crucial points by fully conscious humans. The absurd self-accusations in the Netflix documentary, The Social Dilemma, 2020, should also be seen in this context. With their search queries, purchases, clicks, or even just lingering over certain content, for example in news feeds, consumers continuously generate a profile on a web interface within an integrated socio-technical ecosystem, which is then used to suggest goods for purchase or as advertising that match their previous platform activity on the one hand, but are also compared with the histories of all other profiles, so that regularities can be read and prepared for the future. The thoroughly illuminating essay, Volatile Monopolies. Concentration, Competition and Innovation Strategies of Internet Companies by organizational sociologist Olata, Staub's remarks on the power of the Internet are also based, although he emphasizes the effects on entrepreneurial competition outside the Internet more strongly than Dolata does. See also the typology by Srnaisek, Platform Capitalism, pages 45 to 50. Whether this concerns Google with ad placements based on patterns of search queries, Uber with a collection of traffic data and activities of drivers and passengers, or Facebook's advertising block after the evaluation of preferences based on social networks and interactions, is irrelevant for the economic function. Unprocessed data is relatively uninteresting. Only the code through which the algorithm organizes and structures the data creates meaningfulness, turning data into information. In order to keep users on the platform and retain them there, online companies pursue lock-in strategies. Their portfolio is intended to expand and complete the socio-technical ecosystem in such a way that the switching costs to other platforms, not least but not only due to technical incompatibilities, are increased to an intolerable level at best. A proprietary market is thus established, as these ecosystems are owned or controlled by the respective companies. Staub, Digital Capitalism, page 174. The concept of proprietary markets is itself problematic because no one can own the market. Conversely, an old-style advertising agency can also receive orders from several competing companies in the same industry. The only difference is that in the form of a pure platform company, such an advertising agency becomes independent of its clients through monopolization and thus, as long as it does not produce goods itself, does not generate surplus value, but the appearance of its own market. Google was joined by the Map service, Maps, the free email account, Gmail, the social network, Google+, the cloud storage drive. See Staub, Digital Capitalism, page 31. See also Srnisek, Platform Capitalism, page 96. Srnisek gives an example of a competitive relationship with Facebook versus quote. In fact, a key reason for Facebook's success is that, unlike Google, which dominated the open web with its search technology, it has created a closed platform that is inaccessible to Google. Facebook's goal is to ensure that its users never have to leave their closed ecosystem. News, videos, audio messaging, email, and even the purchase of consumer goods, all of these were gradually brought onto the platform. IBID page 110. At this point, Srnisek mentions Apple, because the company's services and devices are highly coordinated and sealed off from alternatives, with a notable exception of the semi-open App Store.
End quote.
The dynamics of these network effects are clearly mapped out. The more users interact on a platform, the more valuable the platform becomes for each individual user.
End quote.
And the more numerous and active the users, the more tailored the suggestions, the more attractive the platform for new users, and also for companies and advertisers. After all, if the user is satisfied, the other side is even more so. Exchanges take place and companies can sell their goods. Due to the chronic sales difficulties, the power of online companies has grown enormously compared to classical companies. Quote, the more saturated markets are, the greater the incentive for producers to follow the promises of the leading companies for efficient distribution and the development of previously untapped sources of demand. In turn, the more complete the proprietary markets become in the course of their expansion and closure strategies, the greater their power over producers. Staub, Digital Capitalism, page 221. Together with the economies of scale already mentioned above, the infinite scalability of the data collected at negligible marginal costs, the specific network effects of digital platforms ensure that the strong become stronger and the weak weaker. As smaller companies are considerably behind the established GAFAM companies in terms of the strength of their algorithms and databases, they favor the emergence of winner-takes-all markets. There is constant competition between the platform companies for the monopoly-dominated market segments of the digital world. Even if none of the GAFAM companies had to give up their core business, the platform companies are expanding their ecosystems with the help of technical adaptations or acquisitions of competitors that do not necessarily have to be integrated into the proprietary market. In concrete terms, this means that Amazon still holds the monopoly in digital retail, Google and Facebook are still the advertising giants, Microsoft software products remain the standard for business and private computers, and Apple continues to occupy the top spot for end devices. This does not work in terms of the whole measured by sales or profit figures, but only by direct comparison within the product markets. The acquisition of Android put Google in a position to compete with Apple for supremacy in the smartphone operating system market right from the start. Google's trick was to avoid restricting itself to its own end devices, which means that Android's global market share of smartphone operating systems is around 80% worldwide. Google's profits are therefore, as Dahlman suggests, inseparable from the circulation of goods and money through those companies that produce mobile devices on which an Android system has been installed. After this primitive accumulation in the digital economy, hardly any companies were able to establish themselves alongside the leading companies of the Internet. The tendency to form monopolies is therefore also inherent to individual capital of digital provenance. The difference between them and all their competitors in the analog marketplace of commodity money circulation lies in their ability to transfer entire product markets into the digital world. Amazon and Uber are the most striking examples of this. Amazon began by simply transferring the conventional processes of the book trade to a digital interface. The company's advantage was the enormous breadth of titles on offer. In addition to the digital production system with the help of the self-publishing function as an ebook, which was intended to drive publishers as intermediaries between authors and sales out of the business altogether, Amazon used its dominant market position to establish itself as the main distributor of books, which no publisher could bypass. Through price wars in which books from publishers who opposed Amazon's discount conditions were simply delivered late, the group cemented its market power in pure distribution and remained as cheap as the publishers or cheaper than other providers, e.g. Hugendubel or Thalia, although Amazon also charged publishers a commission for supply and distribution and generated its profits from market fees or annuities, which in turn are inconceivable without the passage of these companies' goods through the circulation sphere. No publisher could do without a presence on the Amazon interface. It is evident that the ride-hailing company Uber is fundamentally attacking the cab business. Without the costs of a fleet of cars, cab licenses and social security contributions, it sees itself purely as an intermediary company. It can push down the prices for its ride services and thus secure a competitive advantage over conventional cab companies. Drivers benefit at least when they enter the passenger transportation business lightly or unskilled, at the expense of their employer's social security contributions. The Uber files leaked in July 2022 should also be seen against this backdrop, as the legal basis protected cab companies, at least in states with a functioning parliamentary system and a social structure that makes changes to the law effectively enforceable. For example, with the Passenger Transportation Act in Germany, efforts should be made at a political level from 2013 onwards to ensure that Uber's business can continue to establish itself on the market. This was intended to put a stop to the annoying lawsuits filed by individual cab entrepreneurs and associations, which were simply ignored by Uber, but in the vast majority of cases turned out in favor of the cab companies. The paradox of red numbers versus high stock market value is perhaps most evident with Uber. The company is constantly making losses and has a relatively easy-to-copy business model whose economic viability, to make matters worse, is by no means proven. Staub, Digital Capitalism, page 134. A look at Uber's business activities in countries with less institutional clout and high mobility volumes in cities reveals that it is not about Uber, but about the passenger transportation market per se. The telecommunications company SoftBank acquired a 15% stake in Uber and is a shareholder in its direct competitors Grab, Ola and 99 from Brazil. According to Staub, the economic experiment here is the geostrategic sorting of global growth markets, not by competing companies, but by bundled strategies of solvent investors. Staub, Digital Capitalism, page 135. Once enough cab companies have gone bust, they will tend to be able to pocket all the surplus value that has circulated there. This is the bet made by the solvent subjects of capital. The stake is constantly increasing as long as they believe in it, or even if someone else believes in it after them, i.e. when they sell. So we have seen that the agents of the digital economy are targeting the whole pie. Although digital capitalism basically asserts all its peculiarities in the sphere of circulation, the refusal of someone like Staub to consider its place within the capital relation is striking. One may also agree with him that the large platform companies have gained or coded an advantage over other wholesalers. To say that the proprietary market is replacing the market only applies to the numerically ridiculously small share of digital products or apps in the strictest sense. Attempts are being made to catch up. Supermarket chains such as Lidl, Edeka, etc. have been offering apps as an alternative to advertising brochures for several years now, with the aim of using data collection on profiles to provide personalized advertising with corresponding savings offers. Especially in times of inflation, these apps are becoming much more relevant for consumers. These companies enjoy nominally unrestricted market power. In economic terms alone, such market power is only of limited use. Whether Apple or Google charges 30 or 40% for the apps in their stores will undoubtedly decide whether many a developer or venture capital owner in the app dares to take the next step in the project, the value of which is only realized afterwards. In the sphere of circulation, the fees must ultimately be calculated as production costs. The risk capital owner does not operate in a digitally demarcated space, but within the entire commodity money circulation. As its subject, it must also take into account the solvency of the other subjects. The upper limit in consumer pricing is not suspended. Platform companies must calculate with this upper limit, i.e. up to what price consumers are willing to buy. They cannot escape this constraint either. Lars Quadfasel, Der Traum vom Hightech Mittelalter, also explains that it is right to speak of information rents and monopoly rents, insofar as certain capitals can draw a larger amount of social surplus value to themselves if they succeed in overriding the mechanisms of competition, and refers to Marx's comments on basic rents. However, the passage quoted by Quadfasel on the fact that certain spheres of production are able to evade the reduction of their profits to the average profit, Karl Marx, MEW 25, page 209, projects a subjectivity into the monopolists that is no longer caught up with in the further course of the third volume of Capital. Quote, if, finally, the equalization of surplus value to the average profit, the various spheres of production finds an obstacle in artificial or natural monopolies, and especially in the monopoly of landed property, so that a monopoly price would be possible which would rise above the value of the commodities on which the monopoly acts, the laws given by the value of the commodities would not be thereby abolished. The monopoly price of certain commodities would only transfer a part of the profit of the other commodity producers to the commodities with the monopoly price. There would be an indirect local disturbance in the distribution of surplus value among the different spheres of production, which would, however, leave the limit of surplus value unchanged, IBID page 868F. What is decisive for our issue is whether the monopoly that the Internet companies have acquired through the aforementioned primitive accumulation could only be applied to distribution or the market. Only if there were no longer any place at all outside the platforms where goods could be brought to market would the argument be somewhat valid. For this to happen, however, the platform would have to be one with the state, and this is currently only the case to some extent in China. More than the realization that the platform companies have entered the stage of commodity money circulation because they have an innovation to offer in the technical mediation of producer and consumer, which can help the exchange process in difficult times, can hardly be claimed here. The passage of algorithms within and between user profiles increases the speed and probability of bringing manufactured goods to consumers, after all, by making product offers visible. Personalized advertising, and this is what it is all about, is simply the constantly self-updating beer commercials during the soccer break. In these times of conformist nonconformists, this is a decisive advantage, as it allows platform companies to anticipate consumer preferences or moods almost in real time, for the benefit of all companies active on the market. Economically, however, there is absolutely no revolution happening here. It is simply a measure to reduce the circulation time within the commodity money circulation, which, according to their concept, always tends towards zero. All the arguments that seek to justify this on the basis of productive forces get tangled up at the ideological level. Staub's scarcity argument, with which he wants to answer the question of why proprietary markets exist, also comes to nothing, as the question here is whether scarcity or, conversely, scarcity even describes a halfway reliable economic category within the accumulation logic of capitalist socialization. Because no one has yet been able to answer satisfactorily when something is scarce and when something is unscarce. Moreover, it is by no means possible to say that fossil components of microchips as the physical basis for central storage locations, end devices, or decentralized storage locations, cloud systems, and the associated server capacities should be infinite. Of course, this does not affect the infinite scalability of the digital product itself, but if it can no longer be stored anywhere, it can no longer be sold. The infinite scalability of digital goods is ultimately a factor of production. What is potentially infinitely available as long as there are people under capitalist socialization is the amount of data to be collected by the platforms, and of course this type of accumulation, in contrast to the old economy, cannot be conceptualized without reflecting on big data. But the data or information are not commodities per se, because commodities are still objects, use value on which human labor was performed at some point in the production process. Dahlman criticizes the relationship between information and economics in the flourishing communication and media theories of the social sciences in that here the smallest element on which their thinking is based, information, also captures the economic sciences, for example in the assertion that prices provide market participants with the information they need and use for their market success. It should be pointed out that the balancing of supply and demand always implies the collection and distribution of information. This activity of companies is commonly called advertising. Of course, every exchange within bourgeois society is potentially economically relevant, as a price could be assigned to every act. What is decisive here, however, is that it is empirically impossible to trace back from the individual exchange processes of all the chains of the form G to W to G prime from which sources what is referred to as interest, dividend, profit, rent, fee, etc. actually originates. However, the average rate of profit necessarily includes the consumable, i.e. disappearing, goods. And in scarcity must also be placed in this context. No economist has yet revealed how to extract information from a price as to how scarce the good actually is. This is also impossible in terms of the concept. Because scarcity is an absolute concept of being, it cannot be assigned an associated unit of measurement that would have to capture it as a process, because it can always be reduced or increased from the outside, namely through labor. To give just one example, oil can be there as much as it wants, if no one extracts it, i.e., turns it from a raw material into a commodity through the use of labor, it has no price at which it can be exchanged. Although the oil crisis was real, it was one thing above all, surmountable. In our context, it can be visualized from the other side. Of course, a book in the form of a PDF document is potentially available an infinite number of times. However, this only means that it can be reproduced relatively easily. However, the author's work will not be remunerated less per copy the more often the PDF is sold. Rather, the opposite will be the case. In the specific case of digitization, the result of this work must be able to be stored at a specific location, hard drive, data center, server farm, at a specific time, so that the possibility of copying, moving, or deleting it can be linked to corresponding property titles. The same applies here. Two objects cannot occupy the same space at the same time, and this is what makes private ownership of the means of production and commodity exchange possible in the first place, but also the ghostly objectivity marks that is inherent in every commodity insofar as it contains abstract, indiscriminate labor. Whether this is the aquastop for the washing machine or the feature film, which is potentially distributed millions of times on data carriers or offered for sale in the cloud, does not change the fact that the commodity describes an economic category, but not the mere data of the profiles to which it is proposed for purchase or viewing. Processed here, they serve solely to shorten distribution and thus circulation time, just as the work required to process the data with the corresponding software, which has itself been produced and sold as a commodity, belongs to circulation. This means that the software, like any advertising spot, may only have its use value in the shortening of the circulation time, but since it itself can have been produced for this function in circulation, but not in it, its value, like that of all other commodities, naturally does not arise in circulation. The shorter the circulation time, the faster commodities can be transformed into money and money back into commodities. The automatic subject marks can process. The fees charged are merely part of the production costs that have to be priced in. This has nothing whatsoever to do with a definitively established scarcity or shortage of commodities, which must always be considered in the context of the competition between individual capitals that is constitutive of capitalist socialization, because it necessarily always includes a shortage due to the property relationship. In this sense, Staub is not clear about the position of his basic category in the economy, the relationship of information to the commodity. Quote, "The goal is not maximum production, but the capitalization of goods that are actually in short supply." Staub, Digital Capitalism, page 259. In relation to information as a commodity, the digital economy appears to be a gigantic advertising measure. With the exception of Apple, which appears anachronistic because the company can apparently generate a sufficiently high level of desire among buyers of products with a bitten apple on the surface, and the time-honored giant Microsoft, the leading companies of the internet with Google, Facebook, and Amazon are primarily concerned with helping goods to shout "Hello, here I am," louder than before. Where there are hardly any profits to be made on products, the intermediaries of the exchange process are becoming increasingly important, and these intermediaries are of course paying a price to lubricate circulation during the crisis. The consciousness of the digital experts is doing somersaults. Quote, "Proprietary markets generate profits as rents from market ownership. The consequence, they say, is that economic profits in a system of proprietary markets are merely shifted from producers to market owners who, in the words of Mariana Mazzucato, are not primarily active in creating value, but in extracting value." Staub, Digital Capitalism, page 47. Srnicek blows the same horn and comes out as an enemy of circulation. In his view, these companies profit parasitically from other industries that create value. Srnicek, Platform Capitalism, page 58. These market owners manage to extract something from the value created by producers, i.e., to extract something that would be different from the value itself. The agents of circulation have achieved the almost impossible here, to create a secondary value in circulation. With this economic classification and justification of the fees or rents of the platform companies, we are now finally in a new edition of the black masses of national economics. Microsoft is still, and presumably will continue to be for the foreseeable future, the main beneficiary of the fact that it still provides the standard operating system with Windows for companies and the public sector, to which its software products are tailored. Microsoft's transition to renting licenses instead of selling them is the only innovation in terms of a digital economy, but it is as trivial and boring as dealing with a share economy. There will be no return to the days of the economic miracle and its aftermath, and this would be anything but desirable. The social market economy lifestyle with a home and garden, 2 cars and a decent pension for anyone who makes an effort is merely political propaganda. The tendency to monopolize and thus redistribute income to wealth has been inherent to capital not only since digitalization, just as labor has always been the source of profit. The temporarily successful attempts by employees of IT startups to make immediate wealth as shareholders and not as shareholders do nothing to change this. The experience of the Trente Glorieuses is apparently still very much in people's bones, albeit in a different way than they probably imagine. As subjects, they are thrown back on themselves in a similar way to the times of industrialization, but are now far more attached to the belief that they can return to the beautiful post-war era than to the belief that the success of the communist world revolution is still possible. Staub's book, like Cernisek's, is symptomatic of all those authors who wish for a return to the economic miracle of the Trente Glorieuses. It appears to them in an almost phantasmagorical form as the only period in which growth and state social welfare coincided. What followed the destruction of people and values by the Germans and their auxiliary peoples during the Second World War is not understood in precisely this context, but is glorified as the true policy, from which the tendency to redistribute economic prosperity from income to wealth is then inferred, seemingly without need. For Staub, this is demonstrated on a global scale by the epiphenomena of the digital economy, such as the business model of the timely exit from a startup or solo self-employment. In the absence of real, i.e. productivity-enhancing investment opportunities and the rigidity, inertia and sluggishness of classic production models, he believes that a technological reconfiguration of capitalism is taking place that is aimed at extracting profits through trade monopolies, privatized mercantilism. The winners are not the state, as was supposedly the case with mercantilism in the early modern period, but private risk capital owners. The tendency of the rate of profit to fall is thus moderated by the state in such a way that new technologies are promoted with a bet directed at investors that productivity can be increased again. To the same extent that the law of value asserts itself behind the backs of its subjects, but nevertheless through them, the state measures also take place behind the backs of their subjects, i.e. ideologically, who react to economic developments. Staub constructs a welfare state that is interested in the well-being of every individual. On the one hand, his argument is that the early internet technologies from the ARPANET, which was designed for military purposes, as well as some key technologies of the GAFAM companies were financed from state funds, which is why the general public should be able to benefit from them instead of finding themselves in the hollowed-out labor market, as is the case now, and not being able to reap some of the huge profits themselves. Staub makes no effort to define the relationship between politics and economics and, with the military and economic benefits of state-provided resources, mixes things that should initially be kept separate. The state ultimately acts according to the logic of war. However, this does not necessarily mean that it cannot also negotiate with other states in the fundamentally anarchic state of the world of states. But it can only do so for as long as the respective situation of potential or actual war allows. In this respect, it is obvious that the sovereign has an interest in being at the cutting edge of military technology. The economic role of the state is somewhat different. This consists of collecting money through taxes in order to distribute it back to citizens and companies. Money must circulate. Although the state of capital can temporarily escape the logic of capital, it cannot do so permanently under penalty of extinction. In this sense, the bourgeois state is only capable of acting within a functioning commodity money circulation, from which it collects value-added tax with every exchange of money for commodities, which it then distributes to the economic subjects. Against this background, it is difficult to understand why the state should have a fundamental interest in a free commodity. Unless you believe that the state is ultimately there for the people and not for capital. Social welfare programs etc. do not contradict this if one takes into account that the state has the function of either preventively maintaining the law of value through its intervention in social reproduction and, above all in the immediate production relationship, or in revolutionary situations, reinstating it. It is not the quantity of profit, but the life of profit that is decisive. Prohibiting the digital agents of circulation from being paid for their work would run counter to this. Cernisek also wants to stylize the state as the savior and opposes the tendency of platform companies to transform the open web into a privatized internet, for example by Amazon further expanding its cloud or Microsoft and Facebook joining forces for their own transatlantic fiber optic cable. In contrast, he wants to counter this with political efforts and thus openly calls on the state, because it has the power to control the platforms, it should break up monopolies, slow down or even eliminate exploitative platforms, launch new regulations on data protection and a coordinated approach to tax avoidance. The state should step back into the breach where the economy fails according to the left's understanding of the state. It should set up public platforms that are owned and controlled by the people, and very importantly, that are not subject to state surveillance. Cernisek, Platform Capitalism, page 112. However, the largest public platform can be found in the People's Republic of China, the social credit system. The aim there is to decide on the creditworthiness and other access to forms of mediation of capital socialization of every economic subject, apart from the state itself, of course on the basis of an interplay of digital, e.g. e-commerce, and digitalizing, e.g. video surveillance at the garbage can technologies. Creditworthiness or access to better education, for example, does not depend on an individual's success in the sphere of circulation, i.e. how much surplus value they have been able to realize, but on their behavior as prescribed by the Communist Party. With the establishment of a digital Silk Road, the Chinese State Party is taking measures to bind the target countries of its new Silk Road initiative to itself with the help of the expansion of digital infrastructure. For the following facts, see Hongshan, Building a Digital Silk Road? Situating the Internet in China's Belt and Road Initiative. It remains to be seen whether the pandemic has hindered or even helped the project. This includes the construction of data centers and server farms, as well as the establishment of proprietary cloud systems and network standards such as 5G TD-LTE. The still private companies such as the internet group Alibaba play an important role here, and the integrated payment systems are intended to strengthen the renminbi as a reserve currency in competition with the dollar if it can circulate in more and more countries within these digital ecosystems. In this conglomerate, the state-owned or state-dominated regional investment banks act as competitors to the IMF and the World Bank. Last but not least, the Communist Party's strategy in the field of digitalization is intended to end dependence on American GPS at the military level. In conjunction with the practices of debt bondage in other countries, it is difficult to speak of a strategy to accelerate the circulation of commodities and money, as the concept of circulation is at issue here. Exchange, which undoubtedly still takes place, requires the limited formal and negative generality of the law among legal equals, which the social credit system counteracts under the threat of the Communist Party's mediated access. See the instructive example of the deep water port in Hambantota in Sri Lanka, where the insolvency of the debtor state led to the takeover of the infrastructure. There, law does not exist as a phenomenon distinct from the political command of the sovereign. Day after day, the primacy of politics over the economy, the command over exchange thanks to party algorithms, can thus be reinstated, and the hegemony of the USA within the sovereignty of capital, to secure the conditions for the utilization of value in the largest possible geopolitical space, can be contested. Fortunately, the enforcement of the social credit account is not working as seamlessly as the upper party cadres would like. However, this does not mean that the plan will be abandoned.
In this context,
the argument launched in the circles of the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation once again proves to be particularly infamous when Timo Dom writes that the social credit system is only being narrowed down by the Western media to the surveillance factor, and that the Chinese brother states' attempt to catch up technologically with the institutional development of a banking and compliance system is not being appreciated. Young Chinese are well aware that they are being monitored, but would be much more interested in having the predictable economic development that the state platform would offer them. Considering that they would otherwise have to defy the interests and whims of the local party cadres immediately, a scoring system that can be influenced indirectly through submission seems to be a better alternative. However, it is obvious that the scoring system ultimately depends on the opinion of the Chinese Communist Party. Authors of such lines cannot be called anything other than their accomplices. Quote, "The control of the corona pandemic and the organization of the zero-COVID strategy with its mass lockdowns with the help of digital systems has once again impressively demonstrated how important digital technologies have become for everyday governance." Timo Dom, The Social Credit System in China. In particular, it should be noted that when the article was published, the anti-COVID protests in China at the end of 2022 were already the subject of widespread reporting, apart from the permanently available videos and reports on the harassment of the Chinese population by the state. Incidentally, it should be emphasized here that Philip Staub's book has the merit of specifically examining the Chinese platform companies Alibaba and Tencent in order to explicitly distinguish itself from the friends of political purges. Algorithms are not evil per se. The conditions that people create also translate into algorithms and their data structures and databases. So it makes a difference whether these are based on the foundations of commodity money circulation or whether they are immediately based on authoritarian violence. But only if the maxim "to each according to his needs" were to apply. If hunger were the primary reason for production and thus also formed the basis of the algorithms for mediating production and demand, would it be a technology that nobody would have to dread? Because one thing should also be said at this point: the possibility of a society that organizes its own interests and does not allow them to be organized by politics, which moderates the value principle, continues to exist with the progress of technology, even if there are no signs of it being redeemed. For Marx's theory, The relationship between man and machine existed mainly within the automatic factory until well into the 20th century. There stood the huge, immovable machines, through whose interstices the insignificant workers crept about. For Marx, the machine appears as an organic context whose smallest element, the living labor of man, disappears into an inscrutable, abstract machine body. This has its own soul and concrete physical needs, such as coal and oil, and thus devours food like the worker. Deposited to watch over possible failures of the machine at most, the human being, who is only attached to the technical production process, is no longer dependent on achieving virtuosity with his tools. His abilities fade behind the powerful, ever-perfecting life of the machine. The machine uses man virtually as material. The activity of the worker, limited to a mere abstraction of activity, is determined and regulated in all directions by the movement of the machinery, not vice versa. The science that forces the inanimate parts of the machinery to function as an automaton through its construction does not exist in the consciousness of the worker, but acts on him through the machine as a foreign power, as the power of the machine itself. In the following century and a half, the development of capitalist productive power did not, as Marx had hoped, abolish this relationship of its own accord. Rather, the humanization of the machine, with the simultaneous mechanization of man, has intensified in the course of the mechanization of everyday life and its advancing digitalization to such an extent that its apologists have been dreaming of a migration to the digital world for more than 10 years. Transhumanism is preparing to redeem Marx's optimism in the bad infinity of a timeless and disembodied existence. By letting a certain productive force, digital technology, run towards an endpoint to which the technical elimination of human labor, then human bodies and finally humans themselves would lead, transhumanism projects a tech dystopia that corresponds to the circumstances. For this, a forced human-machine fusion is indispensable and every extension built into the body is helpful. In order not to degenerate from a barely useful appendage to an appendix, humans have repeatedly attempted, guided by a culture industry that has expanded to gigantic proportions, to adapt to the potential and functionality of their creation, the devices, which they could never achieve. People can never satisfy the virtuosos of uniformity. They therefore strive for constant updates, functionalizing their environments into workshops and offices in order to ultimately, as the wishful thinking goes, merge with their technology. In return, technology is given human attributes. Today, digital avatars have the formal appearance of the body and the robot face is becoming increasingly similar to the human face. Gunther Anders took the technological developments after the Second World War, not only the completion of the process of the fully automated factory described by Marx, but also the cultural-industrial expansion of complex technical artifacts in people's everyday lives, seriously as qualitative changes. In exile in California, as an economically precarious humanities scholar, he had experienced the culture industry much more practically than Adorno and Horkheimer. Employed in factories and various costume rooms in the Hollywood business, he came into close contact with technological progress and its cultural advocates. Without my factory days, he later wrote, I would never have been able to write my critique of the technical age, i.e. my book The Antiquity of Man. And even today, as I prepare the second volume of this book, I am still drawing on these experiences. In Die Antiquiertheit Dimension, he states an unconscious, emotional psychological transformation of people's relationship to their things that emerged with the mechanization of man. In the age of the Second Industrial Revolution, the soul is exposed to an intensified reification that has taken on a new quality as a result of mechanized society. Whereas people in the previous stage of production took it for granted that they were distinct from the latter as human beings, that they felt that they belonged to their own species as non-machine creatures, according to Anders, this self-image is tipping over into a new psychological-ontological relationship between people and their products, which he tried to describe using the terms Promethean shame and Promethean disparity. Constantly surrounded and dependent on the flawless machines, which are far superior to him in terms of physical and mental performance, he feels shame towards them because of the randomness and immutability of his stubborn body. There is a Promethean gap between humans and their products. They lag behind what they have made in their imagination, what they have done in their feelings, what they know with their conscience. This affects the body even more immediately and harshly than the soul. And so the human body finally trots along as the last behind, as the most bashful straggler, still today hung with its folkloristic rags, and equally badly synchronized with all those in front, at the furthest distance behind everyone. The limits of the body have become the most unbearable burden, as the identification with a machine world at an advanced stage of alienation seems to appeal to people more as a species goal than the long-extinct hope of an emphatic realization of the species. Promethean shame distinguishes Anders from the thing shame of the classical proletarian age, when workers were still ashamed that their bodies had to compete with the machine body and lose out, i.e. become superfluous. Being seen as an appendage of the factory machinery offended their pride. Now that muscle power, at least in the West, has become completely obsolete and mental powers increasingly obsolete, but the human body remains as a fate, its overcoming in the technical perfection of products seems inevitable, man deserts to the camp of his devices. The fact that the management of the body becomes a problem under conditions in which it is needed less and less has been impressively demonstrated by the most recent large-scale experiment in physical optimization. However, the attempt to bioengineer the body worldwide through mRNA vaccination was tied to a public moral rhetoric that sometimes used subtle and sometimes direct coercion to ostensibly extend the lifespan of the test subjects and guarantee their freedom. In a transhumanist sense, another technology promises a more catchy, because incidental, fusion of humans and technology. People experience its spatial and, above all, temporal potential for the dissolution of the boundaries of the lib in everyday use. Ironically, the notorious long arm of work today is the arm itself. At its end is the most commonplace human-machine fusion. The human interface, the sense of touch and hearing, meets the interface of the smart device. This is initially a prosthesis like other technical artifacts, but differs from them in the sheer number of functions, the constant switching between them and the libidinous proximity to the body. The smartphone extends or replaces the functions of the body in dimensions that are not accessible to the human body due to its natural disposition, thereby creating the illusion of a transcendence of the creaturely. At the same time, the older but still used term cell phone suggests handiness and equates the device as being made for the hand with a tool. The hand grips it like a hand axe, without wanting to use it for immediate work on nature. With tools such as the hammer, a subject works on a specific object at a specific location in order to put it down again after this process. Although the digital user's hand has the cell phone, the user is available at all times. The hand and cell phone are in the same place, but the mind moves beyond them. The prosthesis opens up a portal through which the user is not so much walking as being sucked in. The space behind it is persuasively constituted in order to keep the user there for as long as possible. The tool character of the device thus recedes into the background. What counts is time in digital space. The mode of connection with the cell phone prostheses changes the tempo of the workers, for whom the time clock no longer marks out a temporal space. The smartphone is the most consequent invention of the culture industry. Its smart technology holds on to workers' time with the promise of saving time, as if there were a time bank that also pays interest on the time saved. In an all-encompassing sense, time is the disposable mass of capital, which has developed this method over the course of the last century in order to fill workers' last free minute with consumer options. This has long since ceased to apply to workers alone. The ostensibly innocuous offer of consumption is made to all classes, so that the cultural industrial fog has moved into villas and social housing alike. Whatever they own, they have no control over their time. It is not only at home, as in the past in the living room concentrically arranged around the television, that people are caught up in the world of technical images. After work, while still on the train, the worker, whether male, female or queer, digs out his best piece. It has previously bulged out of its trouser pocket and waited for the caressing fingertips of its owner. As it is pulled out, the black screen shyly reflects the user's gaze back before it opens its large eyelid. A gentle press and it springs to life, embracing the face with the caresses of its magnetic waves. The user's facial features are well known to the sharp-eyed little cyclops eye on his forehead, and without asking any further questions, it opens up his innermost being. The actually too coarse finger wipes over the sensitive glassy skin without quite knowing where to go. Colorful tiles hold secrets that are soon no longer secrets for the people sitting next to him on the train. A song, a picture, a voice message, a text message pops up and brings all those sitting around back to the time they are currently experiencing. After a dull working day full of failure and frustration, the pent-up drive energy is released in the virtual space opened up by the phone. The need itself is not new, since the end of the constricting pressure is much more like an explosion. Anders wrote about the end of the working day at the end of the 1950s, and since those suddenly liberated from their work no longer know anything other than alienation, they rush, unless they are simply exhausted, to 1,000 strangers, no matter which, to everything that is capable of setting time in motion again after the calm of boredom and setting a different pace, to rapidly changing
scenes.
Gunther Anders describes what the everyday life of people struggling with meaningless activity accumulates as time mush, which it becomes a task to push away beyond working time. In the monotony of his apparent activity, time stands still for the worker. It demands to be driven forward by means of leisure activities. In the previous century, radio, cinema, and finally television and computer games were invented for this purpose. These institutions of the culture industry paved the way for smartphone technology, which preserves the objective standstill by immobilizing the body. Limited to a state of pausing, the bodies nevertheless show an acceleration that keeps pace with the speed of the image. At first, the eyes are in a hurry, they try to capture something in the flickering of the constantly appearing and disappearing images, but they are always too late and reach into nothingness. Fingers speed up on smart devices, they type incessantly and seem to scrape the promised time savings from the screens around the clock. When hands and eyes are in motion on screens but the body is motionless, a physical simulation of work and thus the illusion of activity is created continuously and regardless of location. At home, time-shifting work not only continues, it accumulates in digital pastimes. Without radio and television, people were still able to organize their everyday lives and communicate with others without any problems. If boredom arose at some point, there was the opportunity to become aware of the miserable present and investigate the reasons for it. The portable world of information and images on smartphones, on the other hand, offers the convenience of being able to play with the rapidly changing scenes that occur during the working day in a targeted and individualized way, without ever having the feeling that time is slowly running out. The violence that lies in the so-called passing of time must be taken seriously. Where time shows itself as duration, it must be beaten to death, as otherwise it comes dangerously close to the self. However, as long as the user remains locked into the world of his image-generating devices, he is immune to empty spaces in time. These are experienced by people as extreme discomfort because the horror of the blank space opens up an abyss in the circumstances that makes it possible to experience the failures that are otherwise covered up by technical stimuli. It seems as if the phenomenon of horror vacui known from art, the fear of empty space on the canvas, has been transferred to modern man's experience of time. White spots are no longer whitewashed with the colors of reality, but with a pixel world that comforts us over an emptying public sphere. The smoothly implemented lockdowns demonstrated people's consent to rule, for whom the emptiness is the opposite. Crowded cafes, sidewalks, squares, parks and pubs could become voids of state power. During the coronavirus lockdown, they proved to be places where the few potential delinquents could meet visibly, if not always undisturbed. It is not easy to intervene here in terms of net politics in order to capture what is being said and feed it into the feedback loop of data analysis unless, as is now not uncommon, it is done through the voluntary use of smartphone control technologies. The convenience envisaged, and in some cases achieved, through technological progress aims to minimize the temporal and spatial distance between need and satisfaction, with the idealistic hope of one day having completely leveled it out. Every intermediary step on the way to satisfying a need means an unacceptable length of time, which can only exist as a precondition for the need, because without prior pleasure there is no pleasure. Therefore, the dream of our time is still the abolition of time, and the timeless, instead of classless society is the hope. It is only consequent that timelessness in this sense emerges today as a decided need. The easiest and quickest way to achieve it is through digital images and content. If their consumption is sustained over a longer period of time without saturation, i.e. successfully in its sense, the pointillism of existence emerges, which Anders describes as an existence that lacks any continuity because it is made up of presentations that are born anew at every moment and last no longer than an instant. The appearance of an abolished time can be seen in the behavior of the ubiquitous digital hermits who try to compensate for any temporal and spatial absence of desired objects, be it people or things, by using digital media. Their consumption in itself is equated with technologized comfort, which consists of taking away and driving out people's perception and the associated ability to judge. Equipped with vision machines, devices that recognize people and for them, they are put in a position to vegetate seemingly timelessly in digital comfort, a state of needlessness. To kill time in this way, a single exposure to the digital orbit is not enough, as many senses as possible are separated but stimulated at the same time. For his time, Anders' figure of the passive simultaneous player and busy non-player seemed exaggerated. Today's present, on the other hand, makes the man in sunbathing, letting his back tan while his eyes swim through a magazine, his ears take part in a sports match, his jaws chew a gum seem antiquated, because today's man exposes himself to the images, vibrations and sounds of his headphones all day long. Audiovisual products reach the consumer without time and space restrictions, which is seen as a major step forward in terms of convenience. In idleness, occupations accumulate. They are at least two simultaneous acts of distraction, whereby the acting subject disappears as a mere reactor. Unauthorized action has nothing to do with the fingering of the touchscreen devices. Where it could gain validity, the persuasive design of the applications ensures that such incidents are largely prevented. The rift runs through the individual along the division of his senses. What holds it together is no longer even its body, whose senses remain uncoordinated in different world, places and sync to partial functions of perception. Accustomed to being busy through work, the partial functions maintain their sensual spiritual independence in idle activity. If the simultaneous occupation of the senses with cultural industrial consumption were to cease, if the body were centered situationally around the contemplation of only one sense, the idler would again be overcome by the horror vacui, the sheer fear of the feeling of the absence of consumption. However, the pastime never completely satisfies. Consumption offers are therefore intended to overwhelm again and prevent the emergence of a free decision or experience from the outset. With the approach and gradual penetration of technical devices into the body, a pre-transhumanist age has been reached, the harsh prelude to which, the forced mRNA injection, will in future make state-led decisions for the technical colonization of one's own body foreseeable. The tech companies and the state apparatuses in league with them do not need to use coercion in the narrower sense. The social technologies of transhumanist progress bring people to the devices and the devices to them with the help of libertarian paternalistic instruments. However, all those who refuse technology and want nothing to do with virtual profiles, data storage and smartphones will have their lives made as difficult as possible in the future with the blueprint of corona measures, as the Google masterminds Jared Schmidt and Eric Cohen already hinted at over a decade ago. Quote, however, authorities may suspect that people who completely disconnect from the virtual world have something to hide and are more likely to behave unlawfully. As part of the fight against terrorism, they could create a register of invisible people. Anyone who neither belongs to a social network nor has a cell phone is difficult to find and could be a candidate for such a register. He or she could be subject to new regulations and would have to expect stricter checks at the airport, for example, or perhaps even travel restrictions.
End quote.
Freedom would then be the relative presence of comfort that needs to be regulated, i.e., integrated into a gratification system that rewards conformist behavior and deprives the disobedient of the comfort that is then actually vital. Why turn down something that offers so much without the slightest effort and with the greatest benevolence? Why make yourself suspect as a potential enemy of the state when you can simply indulge in entertainment products? Familiarity, amusement, and convenience are necessary components of the entertainment that is imposed and recommended as coercion. Its ostensible harmlessness clashes with the violence of its overwhelming form. Such entertainment is no longer entertainment, but totalitarian, because it totally disarms us. In an age that calls itself transhumanist, this applies to Netflix series as well as news. Both are pressed into the form of entertainment. Even after the Fourth Industrial Revolution, the ontological ambiguity of what is broadcast still lies in the fact that it is simultaneously present and absent, simultaneously real and apparent, simultaneously there and not there. This makes it a phantom. The images of television and the internet are temporally synchronized with events, unlike earlier images that were temporally distant from them, such as newspaper pictures or a painting of a battle. They telescope the present, present the absent as the present, without ever being able to fully realize this shift. In this context, Anders points to the double meaning of the term present, for we obviously use it in two senses. Firstly, to denote the concrete present, i.e., the situation in which man and the world are in actual contact and approaching, meeting, and concerning each other, merge into a situation, and then to indicate the merely formal simultaneity, i.e., the fact that people and any event, standing on the needle's point of the same now, share the world's moment. But the fact that the word has this double meaning, and not only in German, is no coincidence. Rather, this double meaning is based on the fact that the boundary at which an event or a piece of the world concerns us so little that it is now present only in the sense of simultaneity really cannot be drawn. The broadcast pretends to reproduce the present in a concrete and immediate way, but can only put together the simultaneity of different events. Being and appearance coincide, reality and fiction become blurred, with immediate consequences for the consumer, who himself begins to become phantom-like, because the ontological form of the broadcast now corresponds to the being of people through the technology used for it. In the most everyday situations, they close their senses to their environment and scatter themselves across the world. They are visibly present and absent at the same time, as they have the comfort of high resolution, not so much of the photographic or televisual image, but of reality itself, as Paul Virilio writes. From the city, this theater of human activity with its porch, the marketplace populated with present actors and spectators, to the cinecittà and on to the telecittà, a city populated with absent television viewers, it was only a small step from the invention of the urban window to the electronic optics of the media for television transmission, which can create not only buildings with shop windows, but also shop window cities and nations, veritable media megalopolises, paradoxically capable of uniting individuals through norms of opinion and behavior at a distance.
End quote.
Today we should add, and finally, the last step is taken towards the smart city, a technified, perceptive field whose inhabitants are socio-technologically guided by it as they survey their private pocket shop windows. As present as the world appears to the consumer through his technical devices, he is in fact distanced from it. He no longer participates in the concrete present, is not in actual contact with the world and its people, but tries to disperse himself in the simultaneity of world events. He no longer lingers in one place in space, which in turn dissolves in the time of cyberspace. It is now possible to be everywhere at the same time. The place becomes nowhere. Acoustic and audio-visual phenomena, such as those people receive via radio, cinema, and television, have at least one sensory stimulus too few to become evident for human perception. Although they are present due to the lack of time distance, their materiality is not vivid and therefore questionable. The Gospel of John provides an example of this. After his death and the mysterious disappearance of his body, Jesus appears to individual disciples in various media. As a voice or image vision, he is an apparition that the disciples tell each other about. Thomas, who is initially only told about this, cannot be convinced of the reality of the risen one. Only when Jesus appears to him and asks him, "Reach your finger here and see my hands, and reach your hand here and put it in my side, and do not be unbelieving but believing," John 20 verse 27, is he convinced he has seen with his fingers. Even in the age of television, the virtual objects raced past our eyes and were impossible to grasp. This changes with devices equipped with touch screens. If the world can be grasped in concepts, this prerequisite also has a tactile level. The concept already includes grasping. One grasps something or a thing is incomprehensible, intangible. The tactile organs of perception are fundamental to grasping the world. The world first opens up to an infant born blind through its near senses. He soon feels, smells, and tastes his mother's body. He feels the warmth of her skin and regularly has her breast brought to his lips. Touching the mother's body sets a first boundary between inside and outside, subject and object. The skin, with its ability to feel others and oneself, becomes recognizable as the boundary of one's own body. In addition, the sense of touch is responsible for the validity of visual and acoustic impressions. Is a thing really as rough, hard, and sharp as it looks on the outside, according to its shape? Only once you have felt these qualities of things do you come to understand them. The object world has a resistance to the subject, which only understands itself once it has grasped it. At the same time, reflecting on what is touched requires a mental distancing from what is experienced through the senses, the differentiating power of which juxtaposes the objects touched, groups them together, and finally records them as experience. Compared to television, the touch screen creates the deepened illusion of being able to touch and grasp the phantoms floating by. This gives them a kind of materiality that they did not have before. The tactility with which reality can be grasped is reduced with these devices. Although the operation of the touch screen brings a spatial dimension back into play, its depth is illusory, as the user only perceives it with the gaze of the technology advertisement, which suggests in its advertising images by means of hands and fingers penetrating the touchscreen that there really is a room behind it. Touching the screen adds a haptic dimension of depth to the screen's visual appearance and its reality, and thus seems to reabsorb the lost space into the teletechnology that was previously swallowed up by the speed of image transmission. When a thing can be heard, seen, and touched, it becomes real, like the resurrected Jesus. There is also the omnipotent fantasy that everything tangible can also be grasped, i.e., controlled and taken possession of. The object should submit to the grasp, become available. However, the grasping subject often encounters resistance from individual objects that reveal their claims and interests to the subject through the touch, passively through their nature or actively through reactions to the touch, which can level out the desired omnipotence. However, the smoothness of the smartphone meets the user with unbroken approval. Its screen allows the fingers to pass without resistance, and habit quickly sets in. The consumption of images is an illusory appropriation. You can enlarge, rotate, examine, control, and hold the desired object with your fingers without possessing it. The phone can vibrate, respond acoustically or visually to touches, but does not resist any of them. The gestures thus convey the individual impression of a digital dissolution of the boundaries of the libe, which can grasp what it cannot actually have. When the tactile faculty is confronted with the smoothness of technical devices on a daily basis, it speaks of the altered experience of reality that slips away from it just as it does from the glass of the devices. The senses are withdrawn into it, and with them increasingly the possibility of friction with the world. The incomprehensibility of today's world corresponds to the lack of technical experience of the reality machines that are constantly being dragged along. Where there is still production of material goods in the West, it is largely automated. The workers involved in it no longer work, but monitor the production process without any significant physical activity. In the digital economy, the latter can be found, and where mental effort is still required, artificial intelligence serves as a crutch or replaces it. The devices the humans operate during work are not tools that they are trained to use, for which they must acquire skill and can develop to the point of mastery in order to actively participate in the mastery of nature. Whether he is monitoring machines in a factory or doing creative work in his home office, he has to keep his fingers busy on smooth surfaces, sometimes seriously, sometimes playfully. Other people, like his work, are no longer his concern. He has no part in their product, nor in the production of the product. Since his activity, if at all, is still a fragment, i.e. a pure means without a telos, the voluptas laborandi that Anders rightly upheld, the pleasure of working, can never arise in it, which connects him with the world. And for Marx, too, work was not a passive game but, even where it is leisure, damnedest seriousness. Be that as it may, the state in which man is freed from the hostage of work continues to be cherished. It obviously cannot be achieved in and through the development of the productive forces under capitalist conditions. Rather, the working man disappears in the technically achieved unemployment. The call for lighter, less physically demanding work may have been justified in the 19th century. After the digital revolution, the same call reinforces a transhumanist tendency, the vanguard of which are smart devices. Whether transhumanism will prevail in one form or another is uncertain. However, the fact that its idea did not fall from the sky, but stems from conditions that have made technological progress an end in itself and are already preparing the physical dissolution of boundaries that transhumanism demands, does not bode well. The incessant touching of the touchscreen, the activating immobilization of the body, and its sensually mediated dissolution of boundaries into the network are aimed at the total integration of man into the machine. In the Manifeste du Surrealisme of 1924, André Breton defined his method as pure psychic automatism, through which one seeks to express, orally or in writing or in any other way, the real course of thought. The dictation of thought without any control by reason, beyond any aesthetic or ethical consideration. Surrealism is based on the belief in the higher reality of certain forms of association that have been neglected to this day, in the omnipotence of dreams, in the purposeless play of thought.
End quote.
The diversity of not only literary forms of expression was made accessible to the public in November 1925 in the first exhibition at the Galerie Pierre in Paris. Among the exhibiting artists were Hans Arp, Giorgio de Chirico, Max Ernst, André Masson, Juan Miró, Man Ray, and also Pablo Picasso, whose works were already frequently reproduced in the magazine La Révolution Surréaliste. Picasso and Breton had been on good terms since 1923, until Picasso's entry into the French Communist Party in 1944, which always remained linked to Stalinism, led to a break. The return to the rebellion against realism as an art form and its attachment to the unbroken optimistic bourgeois ego measuring the world can be attributed to surrealism, as can the reverberating contradiction against positivism and rationalism. Thus, for example, the method of automatic non-rationalized writing, which was initially put forward, is expressly committed to the Freudian concern to emphasize the role of the unconscious and repressed content within the subject. Seances, writing in a trance, dream protocols over and over again. In such procedures, Parisian artists, writers and intellectuals produce in a twilight state, while Breton records in his notepad. Where the surreal was to be transferred into painting or sculpture, the group around Breton developed methods to provoke chance, uncontrollable hatching in frottage, unpredictable figures made of smoke and soot in frottage. Using collage of which Max Ernst was the master, Breton reveals the intentions of this aesthetic in surrealism and painting in 1928. Ernst took elements of things that have a relatively independent life of their own, such as only photography can give us, for example a lamp, a bird or an arm. He wanted to unite these very different things into an order that was alien to them, but which, if you consider everything carefully, they do not seem to suffer from, and he wanted to avoid a preconceived plan as far as possible, and with the help of the same gaze with which you see a man walking on a roof with an open umbrella through the window, with the help of the same mind which thinks that a windmill can, without contradicting it, comb a woman's hair, establish other relations between living beings and things which are recognized as being at the disposal of an image than those which generally, and incidentally only provisionally, take place between them.
End quote.
The fascination that emanated from surrealist techniques becomes clear when one thinks of Walter Benjamin, for example, who was inspired by the surrealist collage or montage technique to design his projected passages work according to this principle. The intention was to dispense with all overt interpretation and to allow the meanings to emerge solely through the shocking montage of the material. Philosophy should not merely catch up with surrealism, but become surrealistic itself.
End quote.
As stimulating as the surrealist images could be, however, they were not intended to trigger contradiction in the viewer, but rather to enable him to adopt a perspective in which all contradiction dissolves. For Breton, This aesthetic corresponds to the sense of sight, as external visual perception, and the inner imagination as fantasy and dream. For him, the lyricist and theorist, they are ahead of all other senses, the main carriers of the constitution of reality. The radical aesthetic movement of surrealism also became the guardian and source of inspiration for Pablo Picasso for some time. Brassai, the loyal friend and photographer, recorded many statements in his memoir Conversations with Picasso, which clearly show Picasso's aesthetic attitude, which seems to be close to the surrealist program. The painter, according to Picasso, never copies nature, does not imitate it, but fills invented objects with a realistic appearance. In 1944, in a formulation that could have been inspired by the description of a surrealist painting, he answered the question of what objective reality was by saying that it should be carefully folded up like a bed sheet and locked away in a closet, once and for all. Here he expresses the same contempt for the general ingratiation with the objective world that Breton was perhaps the first and most forceful to formulate in terms of art. Picasso was also not averse to intellectual automatism and wrote a play, Wie man wünsche beim Schwanspakt, 1941, in which he proceeded according to the surrealist program to let his mind wander freely. He gave free rein to the verbal frenzy of dreams, fixed ideas and unacknowledged desires, the amusing coincidence of words and thoughts, of everyday commonplaces and the absurd.
End quote.
And on the other hand, Breton's admiration of Picasso, who was certain of the primacy of the visual, was for a long time the driving force behind his attempts to inspire people with his movement. If surrealism is out to give itself a direction for its behavior, it only has to go through the same stages that Picasso went through and will still go through. I hope this will be understood as a great challenge.
End quote.
Breton, however, was not merely concerned with imposing a new program on the production of art. His entire emphasis was aimed at bringing together aesthetics and the practice of life. Surrealism aimed at the final destruction of all other psychic mechanisms and wanted to replace them in order to solve the main problems of life. Breton's ideas of mediating artistic practice with a collective life revolution appear, even if he always professed historical materialism, above all his hopes for a collective change of perspective. The initially envisaged aesthetic overcoming of the distinction between rational and irrational would one day continue into political practice and all areas of life through a social dynamic fueled by the desire and urge for freedom of surrealist art. But it is not only in real-life practice, although they're at the latest, that the completely freely chosen image, be it a painted, imagined or otherwise conceived projection of life worlds, reveals itself as indifference to all constraints that result not from a false consciousness but from the real constitution of the world. The difference between Picasso and the surrealists can be illustrated by the Minotaur from Greek mythology. The creature combining a human body and a bull's head was an important motif for Picasso and at the same time the heraldic animal of the art magazine published from 1933 onwards, for which Breton held the post of editor-in-chief, but whose luxurious presentation and horrendous price simultaneously indicated the purification of surrealism into art. The name reminded the surrealists of cruel and ambiguous myths whose origins Freud traced back to the unconscious. They saw in it the force that breaks through the boundaries of the irrational, that bursts its shackles to violate the laws and offend the gods. They identified it with their own goals: perpetual, universal violence, absolute revolt, total rebelliousness, boundless freedom.
End quote.
Picasso had a completely different idea of the characteristics of the bullman, those that he knew of himself. And although his Minotaur was the snorting monster that stalks a sleeping woman, this did not mean surrealist veneration for everything that the surrealists could discover in the Minotaur in terms of the unnatural, the superhuman, the superreal, but rather Picasso was concerned with its human, all-too-human attitude. So if Picasso's name does not appear in the list of artists who professed absolute surrealism printed in the first manifesto, 1924, when at the same time he is mentioned as by far the purest painter, this is possibly because the first joint exhibition of surrealist painting did not take place until 1925. However, a far more important reason turns out to be that Picasso was not prepared to give up a very specific aesthetic consideration, and therefore quickly proved to be an unsuitable figurehead for the movement. The above praise was already embedded in a comprehensive rebuke, written as a careful list of names, to all those, including Picasso, whose surrealist tendencies were clouded by preconceived ideas easily extracted by Breton, to which they clung in a very naive way, instead of, like him and others, listening absolutely to the surrealist voice, which does not cease to preach even before death and through thunderstorms. Breton's disappointment can presumably be explained by the fact that the prospects of a strong, united surrealist opposition diminished with each individual outlier. In retrospect, his assessment of the reasons for the break with Picasso reads as a similar disappointment to the later all-out attack on all kinds of artists, but he at least acknowledges that Picasso's preconceived ideas were based on a concrete interest. Quote, What stood in the way of a more complete rapprochement between our view and Picasso's in the long run was his unbroken attachment to the external world, to the object, and the organic and spiritual blindness that resulted from this attitude.
End quote.
But Picasso is not stuck on sentimental ideas, he is on a completely different track, which must alienate a self-proclaimed recording machine, a deaf receiver and servant of an even greater cause. His entire creative will is aimed at getting hold of the human-like forms in those things among which people live. Or, to quote Picasso on the inspiration for a whole stack of new erotic drawings, Japanese paper seduced me. He always remains a faithful dance partner to the outside world and its objects, pirouetting with them with such furor and perseverance until he can wrest from them the revelation of similarities, signs of recognition. He is not content to marvel at and reproduce the never-ending variety of forms, but works his way through the objects in order to emphasize what only a penetrating observer, a moving and immersive spirit can perceive in the alienated world around him, the appearance of a reconciled and universal deeper reality. In his work with the material of visual art, Picasso shows that something new and better can emerge if the mediation between subject and object is taken seriously and not discarded. The tension between subjective expression and insight into the representational world is not only endured, but becomes a productive force in itself. Jacques Prévert describes this tension as Picasso's constant response to the external world. More than any representational painter, Picasso reacts to everything that surrounds him. Each of his works is a response to something he saw or felt, something that surprised or moved him.
End quote.
Picasso owes the possibility of this form of reaction to his ability to freely dispose of all forms. In the words of Jamie Sabartis, who knew Picasso best as a longtime friend and private secretary, everything is present to him, he can create everything anew out of himself.
End quote.
Through this ability, Picasso's figurative art becomes more than imitation. It adds a human self-portrait to the objective world, which is not merely drawn in the objects, but is traced in the individual forms of the things and thus relates them to the human being. The straw hat of the small statuette of a mowing farmer, initially just the childlike impression of an old sand cake mold, has everything to conjure up Van Gogh, Provence and the southern sky. Brassai says of Picasso's most abstract sculptures, one could have mistaken them for the works of some constructivist, if one had not sensed the human body in each of them.
End quote.
During a joint circus outing, Brassai was able to follow the process of Picasso's aesthetic elaboration of deeper resemblance in detail. After the break, a group of equilibrists appeared. Among others, 3 muscular men formed bold figures by leaning on each other.
End quote.
A few days later, Picasso presented Brassai with a whole series of what he saw in this scenario. In the first pictures, the equilibrists were still clearly recognizable, but the denser and simpler the composition became, the more the artists disappeared. For the first time, I was able to observe how Picasso simplified a theme down to its basic features, its basic elements, for the sake of a deeper resemblance. The last picture in this series was almost abstract. And yet it still exuded the special circus atmosphere, with a brightly lit oval of the ring, the glittering stars in the canopy and the audience sitting in the semi-darkness. The group of artists had become an ideogram vibrating in the spotlight.
End quote.
By sticking to his relationship with representationalism, Picasso disappointed the absolute surrealists. His outwardly idiosyncratic approach could never be synchronized with a program of a collective or even a systematically comprehensible account of his own artistic work. Thus, even at the beginning of surrealism, he posed major problems for the Cubist avant-garde, which believed in a linear development of reduction and abstraction. When he suddenly returned to the museum with painting, an apparent step backwards, but one that merely illustrates Picasso's play with possibilities. Just as Bob Dylan recorded old-fashioned country ballads in Nashville in 1969 instead of leading a worldwide movement at Woodstock, which he had been instrumental in sparking, the same was true of Picasso. The classical becomes acceptable in a dialectical role, in objection to the avant-garde.
End of quote.
Theodore W. Adorno described the dialectical role to be performed by the artist as follows: art is mimesis to the world of images, in one with it, however, its enlightenment through forms of disposal. But this world of images, thoroughly historical, is missed by the fiction of a world of images that erases the conditions under which people live.
End quote.
While Picasso pirouetted with the objects of human and thus historical conditions, which confronted man as an objective world, surrealism constituted itself as a political aesthetic movement with a clear direction. The Archimedean point from which the surrealist revolutionization of society was to become possible, and on which all its adherents were to focus, was located in the all-too wistfully evoked and unrestrained unleashing of a single great idea, in which the inner psychic individual idea was no longer to be distinguished from the collective unconscious. The dream of the individual thus coincides with the one and timeless dream of humanity as a whole. However, the contradiction of a movement that wanted to develop not only aesthetic but also political clout soon caught up with it. As early as the Second Manifesto of 1930, Breton set aside the concrete practice of automatic writing, or of psychic automatisms in general, in favor of an occultism, a path of dizzying descent into ourselves, while at the same time the arguments about the cause of the proletarian revolution gained ground. The trust of surrealism cannot be placed in the right or wrong thing for the one reason that it is not placed at all. Neither in the world of the senses nor sensually perceptible outside this world. Much later in 1953 he explained this as follows: for surrealism, it was only a matter of having grasped the primordial substance, in the sense of alchemy, of language. From then on, one knew where to look for it, and it was of course uninteresting to merely reproduce it to the point of weariness.
End of quote.
The Breton biographer Volker Zatz describes this entry into open occultism, which now completely transcended the mere hope of a certain spiritual location and was free of all problems of mediation, as the idea that there is a direct access to the experience of the greater whole beyond the deciphering of coded messages. Surrealism, which set out to change life, had become a mystical movement. Brassai makes it clear that the surrealist movement could only be held together with difficulty. Around 1933, it had reached a turning point. The first manifesto was already 9 years old. The period of scandalous excesses and brawls was over. Incurable despair, riots, and systematic sabotage were long gone. There was no more talk of the memorable sessions of automatic writing, hypnotic sleep, and dream protocols that were to provide the material for all future poetry. In the course of a few years, this supposedly miraculous and never-ending source, accessible to everyone, had dried up. The contradiction inherent in this movement, which had been tugging at it for 10 years, now led to an open rupture. Torn between upheaval and revelation, Breton had always fought on two fronts, on the borderline between political action and artistic creation. Social engagement, which he considered dishonorable, nevertheless attracted him, and no matter how much he denounced the vanity of all poetic and artistic activity, he laid the foundations for a new artistic movement without intending to. The whole history of surrealism is contained in the incessant back and forth between these two poles.
End quote.
Accordingly, Maurice Nadeau, the first historian of surrealism, summarized in 1945, surrealism will only remain alive as long as Breton, who manages to work in both areas, the social revolution and surrealist research, nourishes it with his own inner contradictions.
End quote.
However, the liberation of the repressed became a doctrine for the politically savvy poet and writer Breton, who resented the rationalization processes of his time and mixed it with his political struggles. As early as 1925, after reading Leon Trotsky's book on Lenin, 1924, he came to the conclusion that the psychological revolution could not take precedence over the political revolution. However, the surrealist aesthetic also dominates when Breton is explicitly concerned with political engagement, as can be seen in the programmatic essay for a free revolutionary art, 1938, which Breton projected during a trip to Mexico together with the exiled Trotsky and Diego Rivera. This constellation makes it clear that Breton participated in a political-artistic alliance against Stalinism and yet continued to advocate revolutionary art, which was not a matter of course at the time. The manifesto reads as a hopeful attempt to turn the revolutionary tide and make a difference against real socialism, in which the great purges had long since taken place. However, Breton's formulations lend the manifesto an obscure air, although one can agree with the text that the artistic vocation can only be seen genetically as the result of the conflict between man and a certain number of social forms that oppose him. The rigid opposition between man and social forms is already a cause for concern at this point. However, the psychoanalytic concept of sublimation is then defined as having the aim of restoring the disturbed equilibrium between the ego and the elements it has repressed. From this follows the manifesto's proclamation of a re-empowerment of the powers of the inner world, that are common to all human beings, playing off the idea against the bourgeois socialized ego, which in this representation becomes an agent of the unbearably present outer world manifested in the individual. The surrealist program has thus not changed in this context either. Context, while it was already clear to Freud that it is the conflict with the outside world that produces ambivalence in the individual, without it, the differentiated and differentiating psyche of the individual would not develop in the first place. Only the withdrawal from this conflict as a turning away from reality creates the neurotic. However, this kind of conflict between the subjects and the objective world is cashed in for the surrealist voice, the bourgeois character that the surrealists hated, which had congealed into the victorious truth of the false and objectified everything, was not to be given any further access to the inner life of the subjects that it had damaged. Zatz describes how it also shines through in this program that, for Breton, all political pacts remained strategic attempts to socially assert the revolutionary potential in surrealism, of which he was certain. An international association was to be founded for this purpose, but the dominance of the surrealists deterred many leftists, and so nothing came of it, although the surrealists clearly stated that the alliance to be founded should and may consist of contrary positions and even irreconcilable approaches. Trotsky, who for political reasons decided not to appear as the author of the program, expressed the distrust shared by other communists in a discussion with Breton. Quote, "Comrade Breton, the interest you show in the phenomena of objective chance is incomprehensible to me. I am not sure that you are not thinking of keeping a back door open to the afterlife."
End quote.
The impression of such a back door in Breton is already evident in the Second Manifesto, in the focus on a general unified thinking and the proclamation of the preference of the thinkable, such as total unity, over the thought. In the First Manifesto, the focus is still on the aesthetic confrontation of rational contradictions between things, states of mind, sentences, above all in the contrast between dream and waking states, which in their direct confrontation, like the intense physical friction of arbitrary objects, should lead to the longed-for spark, and thus to something qualitatively different, beautiful, and new. Through this convergence in the radically unequal, Breton increasingly comes to envisage the transition from surrealist aesthetics to surrealist social design in the Second Manifesto. He is certain that surrealism is still in the phase of preparation and is therefore still of an artistic nature, yet I already know that one day the preparations, will be finished, and that then the revolutionary ideas that surrealism contains will come to light with the noise of a tremendous rupture, and will give themselves free rein.
End quote.
One day, the view of reason and delusion, life and death, which is accessible to all people, will be merged into an expanded new totality. Or, as Albert Camus put it, totality can demand the subjugation of the irrational, but the desire for unity is more demanding. It is not enough for it that everything should be rational. More than anything else, it wants the rational and the irrational to be reconciled at eye level.
End quote.
This also explains the break between surrealism and communism. Camus explains that Marxism insisted on the subjugation of the irrational, while the surrealists rose to defend irrationality to the death. Marxism tended to conquer totality, while surrealism, like all spiritual experiences, tended towards unity. Breton hardly seems to need to say a word about the concrete relationship between impulses, desires and dreams and their oppressor, the bourgeois rationality. These omissions are based on the assumption that the powers of the inner world, which according to Breton are common to all people and therefore no longer differentiable, as they are actually one, ultimately cannot help but lead to reason and higher objectivity. According to Breton, they are the missing link to the higher whole, whose suppression in the process of civilization never seems to have had any other reason than to distort objective reality, and the Enlightenment aimed at objectivity into a grimace as a deficiency phenomenon. Against this distorted existence stands the surrealist dream of the liberation of the oppressed, which believes it can set out on a triumphal procession of reconciled human sensuality. For Breton, whether in Paris or Mexico, the aim is to release dream impulses that continue to unfold, and this naturally flowing path of the spirit, which Breton locates in the realm of freedom, ultimately leads to the fulfillment of primordial necessity, to human emancipation. Through the surrealist revolution, emancipation produces a permanent human collective of subjects in which people, reconciled with themselves, can create the objective world again and again according to their dream image without constraint. They have thus come to free expression, have become all kinds of human genius and thus imagine themselves as the law of motion of reality, which only had to be liberated, but then no longer seems to have to prove itself in any way. While Breton also defends the right of the revolutionary state to defend itself against reaction in the program with Trotsky, Breton's insistence on the dream of total harmony achievable through the surrealist perspective becomes apparent precisely when the understandable demand is developed that the revolutionary state must stop ordering art and science around. Quote, "No authority, no compulsion, not a trace of a directive. The various learned societies and artist collectives, which will work to solve such great tasks as never before, can emerge and develop a fruitful zeal for work, solely on the basis of free creative friendship, without the slightest coercion from outside."
End quote.
For Breton, the ego-liberated subject has fulfilled its historical task, has probably quite holistically simply left behind the infamous, as which Johannes Agnoli, citing Voltaire, defined every relationship of domination, while the aim was to destroy it. With Breton, however, it seems as if domination has only ever taken the wrong standpoint. Upon entering the correct surrealist perspective, it becomes apparent that it was not domination but sublimation that was truly infamous, overcome through a radical renunciation of psychic mediation. Thus, in retrospect, domination presents itself as a dissolved curse, a dissolution that is both individually possible and can be deepened and broadened and is thus accessible to all people. Recognition of the essential quality and the necessary absolute advantage of the dream would reveal that the persistence of inhuman conditions is constitutively linked to the historical civilizational sublimation of the ID and its dreams, and that this relationship marked by oppression and domination can be reversed. The relationship of domination would thus have been an evil curse to be dissolved by surrealism without comprehensible reasons. Picasso's unwavering progress in the production of his art, despite his political engagement, as well as the programless urge to come closer to the concretely existing outside world, testifies to attempts to actually arrive at a different, better relationship between subject and object, instead of actualizing the eternal pecking order of repression and being repressed in the mind and in the brushstroke. Instead, Picasso brings out the inner quality of the objects in the subjective gaze, whose stare does not result from rigidity, but from the utmost mobility, and with the zeal to find the familiar in the other, the object, as it is able to reveal itself to him. It is from this challenge that the content of his work develops. Picasso surrenders to the contradiction between perception and object without perpetuating it, without cutting off the commitment, without becoming indifferent. Quote, "I am interested in similarity, in a deeper similarity that is more real than reality and thus achieves the surreal. This is also how I understood surrealism, but this term was used quite differently."
End quote.
Like Oscar Wilde's Vivian, for whom the world under the principle of reality was no less repugnant than for its creator, Picasso accuses that which is most important to him of being nothing but a lie and an illusion, but only in order to insist even more strongly on the lie as the only chance of approximation. With what Pierre Daix calls Picasso's materialism, the biographer insists that according to Picasso, truth is not a gift, nor can it be received or imposed, it must be acquired one. To be able to show it, you have to struggle. This struggle takes place beyond all ideal maxims, or rather, if they exist, the maxims themselves become the material that goes into the production of art. Thus even Breton's longtime comrade in the leadership of the Surrealist movement, Paul Éluard, attested that Picasso's peculiar aesthetic practice was in fact the achievement of a deeper human access to reality and objectivity. Disregarding the usual concept of objective reality, he has re-established contact between the object and the perceiver, who consequently thinks it. In the boldest and most sublime way, he has given us the inseparable proof of the existence of man and the world.
End quote.
Brassai also confirms Picasso's ability to bring out something in his works that points to a commonality and a common becoming of the artist and his outside world. Strictly speaking, the artwork itself is Picasso's reference to this being and becoming. Brassai says, "I like her waterside landscapes so much because they are surprisingly similar without being able to really localize anything." Picasso says, "I always strive for similarity. A painter must observe nature, but must never confuse it with painting. Nature can only be translated into painting with the help of signs.
But you don't invent a sign.
You have to strive intensively for similarity so that the signs finally crystallize. For me, surreality is nothing other than and has never been anything other than that essential similarity beyond the forms and colors in which things appear to us."
End of quote.
Finally, Picasso comes to what he calls similarity that is more real than reality, as if he were practicing surrealism rather than surrealism. The reference to a sign, not a symbol, conceals an important difference between Picasso and Breton, both in terms of the self-image of individual potential and the conception of the available scope for action. Picasso saw it as his task to track down signs, i.e. traces of true commonalities, and not to construct symbols in order to invent new conventions. In retrospect, Breton, on the other hand, accused Picasso's artistic approach of merely being a reduction of reality to symbols, namely by implicitly caching in the signified in favor of its conventional signifiers, as later post-structuralist discourse theorists such as Ernesto Laclau were to make explicit following Ferdinand de Saussure's linguistics. Breton thus seems to have either not understood or denied Picasso's artistic essence. The surrealist aspirations aimed at a higher level of consciousness leading to unity and harmony, but the free introspection envisaged did not lead to the expected elevation above reality and all its inhuman excesses. In retrospect, the dogmatic Breton, who had settled into the surrealist sphere, often looks more like a strangely indifferent and fascinated cinema viewer. This distorted image certainly does not do justice to Breton, who emphatically opposed the suffering and death of people and advocated living, free and communist humanity. But the fact that the surrealist lens is more of an emotionally resonant film is evident in Breton's confession to the undoubtedly most noble allure of Mexico. The antinomies that openly emerge in Mexico, which can still be seen today in the lively Day of the Dead celebrations, for example, make this country the surrealist place par excellence for Breton. Logical opposites are brought together there, which for the surrealists represent the dialectically imagined circle of expanded totality, or the new unity. This circle leads to the great promise, the ability to reconcile life and death. Why this hope for life and death in equal measure from a proven philanthropist like Breton? Probably because he believed, at least implicitly, in the resolution of the ambivalent reality containing joy and suffering through the truer interpretation, and thus also in the liberation of the relationship between life and death, joy and suffering etc. to the higher life. All philosophical doctrines of differentiation and division dissolve into reconciliation by adopting the right perspective, without him realizing that in a world in which everything is meaningful or everything has the same meaning, man loses his privileged position. Breton seems to forget what a critical art sociologist like Arnold Hauser takes for granted, that man exists only as a living being. When he writes in the Second Manifesto, everything leads us to believe that there is a certain spiritual position from which life and death, the real and the imaginary, the past and the future, the communicable and the incommunicable, the above and the below are no longer perceived as contradictory.
End quote.
Contrary to what the doctrine of automatic writing or the general belief in subjective unity sometimes suggests, it remains evident to the artist who still dares to contemplate that identification with the repressed impulses in the self, just like opposition or the indifferent striving for harmony, which have themselves been elevated to the status of identitarian politics, by no means automatically exhibits a more humane quality superior to bourgeois consciousness, a deeper sensuality and actual resistance to the coercive character of reality, even in art. The task of art would be to escape from this within the sphere of appearances. In a 1981 interview with Stanislav Lem at his home in Krakow, the French-American writer Raymond Federman explained his rejection of the genre science fiction with the following words: "The term science fiction has something offensive about it for me personally, because it suggests a connection to science, whereas in reality it has nothing to do with science. For many years I read science fiction in the hope of finding something interesting in this huge amount of works. But I didn't find anything interesting, so a few years ago I stopped reading science fiction altogether." It seems strange that Lem, who is still classified as a science fiction author by default, describes the genre as something alien to him, from which he could not even find inspiration for his own work. It becomes more understandable in view of the biographical background that connected Lem with Federman. Like Lem, Federman, born in Montrouge near Paris in 1928, came from a Jewish family. In July 1942, the French police stormed his family home on behalf of the German occupying forces and searched it. The then 14-year-old Federman was hidden in his mother's closet. Federman's parents and two sisters were deported and murdered in Auschwitz. He himself survived in various hiding places and emigrated to the United States in 1947, where he made a living as a jazz saxophonist, a soldier in the U.S. Army and finally as a writer. Lem, who was 7 years older, was the son of a Polish-Jewish family of doctors and studied medicine in Lviv until it was occupied by Germany. He managed to disguise his Jewish origins by forging identity papers and worked as a mechanic and welder under German occupation, while clandestinely supporting the Polish resistance. Almost all of his family members were murdered in the Shoah, and even after 1945, although he was able to resume his studies and work as a journalist, his life story remained marked by the anti-Semitism that was still virulent in Poland. This was now overshadowed by the new political divisions in the wake of the bloc confrontation. In 1945, Lem moved from Lviv, which had fallen to the Soviet Union after liberation by the Red Army, to Krakow, where he lived from then on. In his early novel The Hospital of Transfiguration, published in 1955, which describes the everyday lives of doctors and patients in a psychiatric clinic in Poland during the German occupation, Lem made the historical biographical foundations of his writing the immediate subject of his own literary work for the first and last time. In the early 1940s, the novel's protagonist, the young Dr. Stefan Trzynecki, witnesses human experiments, systematic euthanasia and sadistic torture carried out on patients by German and collaborating Polish colleagues in the clinic where he works, and as a result, as an initially apolitical person, develops an increasingly keen awareness of the fact that technological and medical progress not only carry the seeds of improving human conditions, but also of destroying them. As a clinical and development novel, The Hospital of Transfiguration was something of a Polish-Jewish response to Thomas Mann's 1924 novel The Magic Mountain, whose late bourgeois, decadent scenario 30 years later seemed like a testimony to a completely different era. Because he himself realized while working on it that the bourgeois Bildungsroman was not suitable for expressing the historical experience that was its subject, Lem henceforth resorted to forms of trivial literature with which he had already experimented before. In his early dime novels The Man from Mars, 1946, and The Planet of Death, 1951, he had already practiced adapting narrative forms from utopian and dystopian literature. The Joy of Astronautics, which was not based on science or metaphysics but on childlike experimentation and which characterized these early books, has been preserved by Lem ever since and has become the source of a form of writing that cannot be adequately described using the traditional terms of high and popular literature. Especially not because Lem has always conveyed the playful, almost childlike aspect of his writing with a deep, historically based seriousness. This is most evident in his novel Solaris, published in 1961 and made into many films, in which elements of the space colportage familiar from Lem's early works are used to reflect on the problems of memory and forgetting in the present day. The planet Solaris, whose exploration the novel tells of in multiple interwoven time and plot levels, is animated by an apparently living and rational substance, a huge ocean that is capable of producing a wide variety of beings and replicas of previously living humans from within itself. The human reincarnations it creates seem to embody repressed feelings of guilt, forgotten misdeeds, and buried historical events in human history. The protagonist Chris Kelvin, who inspects a research station on Solaris and encounters such reincarnations there, also meets a reincarnation of his deceased girlfriend Haley among them. Inhuman as she is, she shows herself capable of self-knowledge and reflection of herself as a replica and harbors the plan to destroy the world of the post-human revenants that animate Solaris. Kelvin initially stands in the way of her plan, but ultimately allows her to go ahead with her attempt to destroy the replicants. Although Solaris represents a return to Lem's trivial literary-inspired beginnings compared to the historical realism of the Hospital of Transfiguration, these are transcended in the novel, as are the forms of narrative realism. Solaris can be read as a fictional reflection on figures of thought from idealist and materialist philosophy, as a parable on the contradictory and at the same time necessary connection between substance and appearance, being and seeming, matter and spirit. At the same time, the book remains incomprehensible if it is not related to the historical experiences that it has absorbed without addressing them. The planet Solaris is not simply a manifestation of cosmic life incommensurable with the human spirit, but in this incommensurability is itself expressed humanity, which has a contemporary historical index. So much is the history of human civilization at the same time one of self-mutilation, self-denial and mutual enslavement of people that they have to externalize their accumulated bad conscience, their life lies and hopes that were already buried during their lifetime, as it were, exclude them from humanity and accumulate them elsewhere. In this respect, the planet Solaris figures as an ocean of people's repressed knowledge, which has sunk into the historical unconscious, of the fact that they betray and corrupt their own concept on a daily basis. The eeriness of the replicants that populate Solaris lies in this familiar unfamiliarity. Whether Haley's plan to make the destructive element, which she discovers in herself as a revenant of the repressed human, disappear is understood as a potentiation of barbarism or as a possibility of human self-civilization remains unclear in Lem's work. His fantastic novels, from the Star Diaries published in 1957 to the late novel Fiasco, 1987, are characterized by this double rejection of both the utopian and dystopian genres. The fact that Lem's series protagonists, such as the frequently encountered astronauts Ijan Tichy and Perks, spring from the literary historical tradition of the rogue and the fool, points to this ambiguity. The leading figure of utopian science fiction, a genre that is optimistic about progress and technology, is the space traveler as a new form of nature master, explorer and engineer, who expands the possibilities of man beyond his terrestrial sphere of influence and thus in turn benefits mankind. The leading figure of the dystopia is the dark adventurer who, in the foreign lands he explores, encounters his own dark sides, fears and pent-up urges, which are unleashed instead of civilized in the fantastic world. In contrast, the rogue is a threshold figure. He combines the childlike optimism of the explorer with the gloom of the adventurer who is confronted with his own limits and abysses. He is neither an optimist nor an existentialist, but a doubter and an ironist. In Lem's work, however, we can only speak of irony in the sense of early romantic irony, whose self-distancing and self-relativization is not an empty game, but seriousness, and thus a game in the literal sense of the word. What his astronauts and space travelers have in common with the detective characters in his crime novels, which negate and renew the genre of the whodunit in a similar way to his fantastic novels of science fiction, is that their investigative work amounts to an insight that transcends the concept of knowledge of the positive sciences, without being mere speculation or metaphysics. Lem's first crime novel, The Inquiry, written in 1958, is about mysterious events in English cemeteries, where bodies disappear one after the other and then reappear in other places. The Sniffles, published 16 years later, tells of a series of unexplained deaths in Italy, where a number of tourists, all of whom had pre-existing allergic conditions, seem to die of an unknown disease. In both novels, it is unclear to the end whether any crimes have been committed, and in both, the authorities' investigations lead to an inextricable mess of correlations, coincidences, assumptions, statistical speculation, and hypotheses, from which there is no escape in the end. The attempt at clarification increases the riddle precisely by offering answers to all possible sub-questions, all of which contradict each other and reinforce doubts as to whether there is a riddle at all. The fact that Lem, in everything he wrote, both refused to trust the Enlightenment promises of modern science and to agree with its anti-Enlightenment opponents, testifies to a reflected childlike and thus adult skepticism about the possibility of positive knowledge at all. In the Hospital of Transfiguration, he spelled out the historical experience behind this skepticism, the self-denial of the human sciences in the face of humanity's betrayal of its own concept. Since this early book, at least in his role as author, he has hardly ever spoken about this reason for experience, but he has nevertheless brought it to the fore. Silence speaks of what it is silent about. Where this connection is not present, Lem's fantastic literature is deprived of its realistic core and thus really becomes an empty game. Stanislaw Lem, celebrated as a science fiction author, was born on September 12, 1921 in Lwow, Lemberg or Lwów, in today's Ukraine. On the occasion of his 100th birthday, the writer was the subject of all kinds of press articles, from the FAZ to the TAZ, from internet blogs to weekly newspapers. A number of feature writers dedicated articles to the man who died in 2006. A biography was also published to mark the anniversary. His sharp comments on contemporary debates were at least occasionally mentioned in it, including his discussion of the extermination of the European Jews, as published in the two-part newspaper article Prowokacja 3 in the Polish magazine Ordra in 1980. As in the essay reprinted here, the experience of uncompromising mass murder, meaning the German extermination mania, which tolerated no mercy once the enemy had been successfully determined and identified, pervades his entire oeuvre. The fact that he wrote primarily fiction and rarely biographically is initially rooted in the doctrine of socialist realism, and developed further in line with everyday experience in communist Poland. In The Voice of the Lord, Lem has an exiled Polish doctor of philosophy discuss the following: although he, a German officer, spoke to us, we were not human beings. He knew that we basically understood human language, but we were still not human beings. The simpler people among his men were not in possession of this higher secret. Our bodies made us look like human beings on the outside, and this outward appearance confused them somewhat, so they were forced to massacre these bodies so that they no longer resembled human bodies. And the Germans had behaved like fate, which does not necessarily have to be interpreted.
End quote.
In one of the many interviews conducted with him, Lem interrupts his interlocutor on the phone, "Allow me to kill the dog." The joking question to editor Adolf Stock, after Lem had previously stated that he did not need to read horror novels by Stephen King, for example, speaks volumes. Although he laughs, this anecdote contains the concentrated experience of his life. As someone who had escaped the German death industry, death accompanied him throughout his life, dominating his thoughts and guiding his reflections on philosophy and current affairs. The threat of annihilation is and remains a recurring motif in his prose, whether very clearly in relation to National Socialism in the early novels, as a vanishing point in the history of civilization in his fantastic stories, or, sometimes more, sometimes less, hidden in the late reviews of books that were never written and their freely invented prefaces. The leitmotif of his literary works can be seen as a never-ending interplay between the telos of predetermined development and complete randomness. One extreme is chance, the other is the order that shapes life. Although he was a scientist by profession, this predictable predetermination was not to his liking. That is why he was fascinated by chance. A fascination that went so far that he himself no longer felt entirely comfortable with it. In the autobiographical essay My Life, Lem writes about a fictional image of a skull neatly dissected from a corpse. My uncle was murdered about 2 days after the invasion of the Wehrmacht in Lviv. What kind of objective, i.e. not solely imagined, not solely associative connection can there be between these parts of the human skeleton and the time of the genocide? Is this connection based solely on series of coincidences and coincidences? I do believe that it was pure coincidence. I don't believe in foresight or predetermination.
End quote.
However, he adds, almost like a denial, the most I could think of in place of predetermined harmony is predetermined disharmony, according to my life experience, which leads to chaos and madness.
End quote.
This is probably why he declared his theoretical reflections on chance, at least in literature, a failure. My philosophy of chance is an unsuccessful attempt to formulate an empirically based theory of literary works, but it was a successful attempt in that I taught myself with this book what factors determine the rise and fall of literary works.
End quote.
Curiously enough, it was precisely this failure that terminated in his typical style of biting irony and progressive sarcasm and allowed him to transcend the genre boundaries of contemporary science fiction in his later work. He writes, the source area of innovation was gradually exhausted. It came to hybridization, science fantasy, and the mechanical following of ready-made patterns and schemes in the literary game. In order to create something new, it was necessary to venture into a different realm of possibilities. And it continues, no, I now use the initially rather jokingly conceived idea of writing critiques and reviews of non-existent books or prefaces to them, die Volkamin leer und imaginare gross, not primarily to publish texts, but to create my own knowledge of a world that serves only me, to sketch it out in its first stages and subsequently bring it to maturity.
End quote.
His work is characterized by an early love of technical devices of all kinds as well as the technical reproduction possible with them and a pronounced penchant for order. During the war years, I learned the significance of the categories order and randomness for human life in a purely practical, instinctive way, so to speak, like a hunted, persecuted animal, and not like a thinking person. I was able to grasp in a practical way that the difference between life and death depended on tiny, trivial, minute decisions. Afterwards, referring to his work as a writer, he writes, I believe that this was the case, that it is no coincidence what role I have given to chance as a shaper of the fate of my works. I have experienced how fragile social systems are, how people behave under extreme conditions, how unpredictable these people become under enormous pressure, so that one can never or almost never foresee their decisions.
End quote.
The order of the Third Reich therefore had an even more brutal effect on him. In his writings, the disappointed humanist speaks without ceasing, who nevertheless does not allow himself to be robbed of his hope. Lem's heroes are alien to the existing society, behave almost externally to it, only compulsion keeps them there so that they cannot escape it. For example, Lem's probably most popular anti-hero Arend L is trapped in the most impossible situations, always through the concatenation of unfavorable circumstances with unavoidable inevitability. The majority of Tichy's adventures are introduced with a general agreement about his irreplaceability in questions of the upcoming challenge. Lem makes it clear that what happens to the protagonist must happen to him. Exemplary is Tichy's role as a recurring representative of human reason, when he takes part in the Futurological Congress to witness the general madness of rational future planning with a grumpy attitude or even participates as an active part in genre-preserving research in the flop. It is remarkable how far Lem still allows the resistance of the individual even in these absurd scenarios by not only depicting it, but explicitly emphasizing it. In the stories mentioned, for example, Tichy repeatedly poisons himself or deliberately inflicts injuries in order to escape the pitfalls of his own perception. At the beginning of the Congress, for example, he repeatedly hits himself because he feels too happy. It is hardly a coincidence that Arend Tichy deals with many of these conflicts in an auto-aggressive manner. Again and again, his literary creations rebel, but there is always the almost unbearable tension of wanting to escape one's own fate, but not being able to leave its total doom. Lem attempts to formulate this tension, often spun into the reflections of his novel characters. In his own aesthetic theory, it makes him vacillate between utopia and the simple negation of the existing. This vacillation is particularly challenging and provocative, due to the unyielding consistency with which he spells out his fictions. People are given pills for moodiness? So the future must become a chemocracy. The fact that the provocative character of the essay with the same name does not result from the implied contempt for an entire profession and a single central thesis, final solution as redemption, as the historian Wolfgang Benz attempts to portray it, but is provocative because the combination of satire and fiction therefore hits the subject more sharply than 50 seminar papers on the mass slaughter on the Eastern Front and also challenges the guilds to take a stand, should become clear after reading the provocation as pars pro toto. Furthermore, it is provocative that Lem always deals with the respective matter in the most meticulous and polemical way, without shying away from formulating the extreme factual consequences. Here, for example, the spelling out of favorable procedures of mass murder. Cybernetics finds its way into product design and technical optimization. Weapons will inevitably be modeled on the simplest, most complex and fittest organisms. Does medicine promise a life free of disease and death? Horrible things will happen to the human body. Thus, Lem's essayistic attempts to warn against the rapid course of events run through his work. His unflagging enthusiasm for technology of all kinds cannot simply be maintained unbroken in the face of social reality. It is significant, however, that he gives preference to everyday objects over professional art, which he declares to be silly, kitschy, and simply the product of a separate branch of industry. As he says in Mein Leben, it is not good for art if you can confuse a bread roll, a river stone, and an oven door with works of art. It is bad for it if one can place the enlarged microphotogram of a crystal cut or a stained tissue preparation or even a virus colony dusted with silver ions seen through an electron microscope between abstract, Tash's paintings with equal justification. He mocks further, By the way, once reverse gear is obligatory and turpism proves to be the most fashionable direction, then I allow myself, this time with pride, to remember the peeing music box, of which Lem previously reported in the form of a childhood memory. Does not that crumpled creation created by filling a musical clock mechanism with a substance of physical origin not represent the result of the struggle of Newtonian thought? The clockwork motion of the celestial body is his guiding principle, with the element of animal decomposition. In a word, does not the intersection of the idea with excrement represent a true phenomenon in the precursor, and even more so in the prophecy that proclaims catastrophic nihilism? After all, as a 4-year-old, I negated deterministic melodicism through a genuinely existentialist act of choice by openly speaking out in favor of animalistic freedom, thus slapping entire millennia of industrious civilization in the face simply by unbuttoning my knickers. And then there is the utter uselessness, and therefore pure unselfishness, of that spontaneous creation. He constantly reproached the achievements of modernity as a whole, not just its art, for their unrealized potential for the better and their turn for the worst. Finally, one of Lem's great talents is his precise prognosis of scientific and social development. The adventures of Ijan Tichy and the serious essays bear eloquent witness to the fact that this cannot be disputed. He explained in an interview how they came about. How do I do it? Perhaps I was a little luckier with my predictions than others. You have to depict something absolutely improbable, unbelievable for today, impossible, and that will be the case in the future. The impossible will happen.
End quote.
The essay Provocation provides an insight into the work of this extraordinary and, in his comments, thoroughly controversial intellectual of the 20th century. The focus here is only on the intelligent choice of name of the fictitious German historian Horst Aspernicus and the year of publication in the context of Holocaust research at the time. It is obvious that Lem studied the writings of Raoul Hilberg, Leon Poliakov, and Hannah Arendt. This is particularly noticeable in the second part of his text, and in accordance with his habit as an autodidact, followed these discussions and developments with interest. In the further course of the Provocation, his review reads like an antithetical preliminary work to the works of Saul Friedlander. When reading Provocation, one should also bear in mind Lem's concluding words from my life. In 2 words, I am a disappointed do-gooder, a disappointed, but still not a desperate do-gooder. I do not believe that humanity is a forever hopeless and incurable case. Whether this hope, albeit skeptical, can still be justified is something his text touches on in the most impressive way. 10 seconds left. 6 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 now. The tension rises, then the huge rocket engine spits out flames and lifts the spaceship into the sky. The crew have to fight for breath because of the almost 4-fold acceleration due to gravity. After the first launch stage burns out, the speed indicator approaches the 5,000 meters per second mark. Then the middle stage is also jettisoned and the last stage is ignited. The speed continues to increase towards 9,000 meters per second. The astronauts struggle to pass out due to the sustained high acceleration. When the spacecraft reaches the required escape velocity of 11,200 meters per second, the exhausted commander is finally able to reduce the thrust to a bearable level and successfully complete the launch phase. Half a day later, he writes in the logbook, 227,000 kilometers from Earth. Turn off the last jets, now traveling without thrust. 0 gravity on board. The crew gets used to weightlessness and plays around. Some look back wistfully at the Earth, which lies far behind them as a small shimmering blue sphere. After a few days, the spaceship then turns into its intended orbit around the moon and finally lands on its far side. These scenes are from Fritz Lang's silent film The Woman in the Moon, which premiered at the UFA-Palast in Berlin in 1929. In it, a small crew flies to the moon, led by a courageous rocket engineer. He is accompanied by a misunderstood scientist who discovers the huge gold deposits he alone suspects are there, and a female astronaut who ends up embracing the engineer, who has been unhappily in love with her until then. Her name is Fried Welten, an anagram for world peace, and the moon rocket is named Fried in her honor. Alongside the presentation of highly innovative technical concepts, the film mainly reproduces dull clichés. Siegfried Krakauer therefore dismissed it disinterestedly and succinctly. Die Frau im Mond takes place in the era of the air spaceship and in astronomical distances. The other German films, especially the social films, are also set on the moon. When will we finally come down to Earth? There are as many millions of workers and employees in Germany as there are in America, and taking a closer look at their existence would be more important than gazing through a telescope into unreal expanses. Of course, this would require a conscience. For The Woman in the Moon, the countdown was invented and many technical details of the moon landing were anticipated, which rocket pioneer Hermann Oberth contributed as a scientific advisor. Typical of optimistic science fiction, the film associated contemporary longing with an exciting new technology. The horrors of the First World War had apparently been repressed to such an extent that futuristic technology could once again promise the realization of prosperity and happiness. Before the material battles, nobody could imagine the murderous effect of modern technology, and afterwards nobody wanted to imagine it, as Karl Kraus sobered up in the last days of mankind. In the Roaring Twenties, hope was rekindled that technological progress could single-handedly make social competition and scarcity disappear and make peace possible after all. The Woman in the Moon serves this mendacious utopia and allows the main characters to achieve peace, wealth and happiness in love on the moon with their fantastic machine. Hermann Oberth's groundbreaking liquid propellant rocket brought the movie attention, but he certainly didn't care much about its plot. If apocalypse movies had been as popular as they are today, he would have advised the scriptwriters in the same way. He presented his rocket concept to the Prussian Ministry of War as early as 1917. At the time, however, no one was able to make any sense of his theoretical innovation, and his studies on space travel were initially met with disinterest. He therefore published his book Die Rakete zu den Planetenraum, The Rocket to Planetary Space, in 1923 from private funds and reached a wide audience despite its technically demanding content. Wernher von Braun devoured the book as a teenager and was obsessed with the conquest of space ever since. At the age of 18, he wrote a short, fantastical story in which two polar explorers whose plane crashes in the Arctic are rescued with the help of a rocket and brought to an impressive space station. Its first-person narrator describes his feelings. "We felt unspeakably small and insignificant in front of these people up here. We didn't quite want to believe it at first, but experience soon taught us to think nothing was impossible up here on the Luneta."
End quote.
As a student, he joined the private rocket club that Oberth was now running. But all the enthusiasm and initial successes with small models could not change the fact that the club lacked the resources to develop a real rocket. It just so happened that the Reichswehr wanted to develop new weapons for secret rearmament in 1932 and was looking for experienced engineers. Several members of the association welcomed the military as a cash cow and continued their research for the German artillery. During the long development phase, von Braun rose to become the leading figure in rocket research because he combined expertise and charisma. He had practicable ideas, was able to motivate his team of engineers, and often kept them entertained with fantasies about life in space. At the same time, he made the rocket program palatable to the military leaders and the Führer. Rocket development thrived on the Germans' delusions of grandeur. The military dreamed of their potential for destruction on Earth, and the technicians also dreamed of future German power in space. However, when the Wehrmacht was able to use the first V-2 rockets Asterisk in 1944, they only hit their targets very roughly and were primarily used as weapons of terror. Due to their high trajectory, they hit the targeted cities out of the blue without warning, costing the lives of 8,000 inhabitants of London and Antwerp. Due to their relatively low number and payload, the rockets had a much smaller military effect than the Germans had hoped for. However, a third of the approximately 60,000 forced laborers were killed during the construction of the underground production facilities and during their manufacture. Most of them were deported to the Mittelbau-Dora concentration camp, which was set up specifically for this purpose. Many died there of malnutrition or epidemics due to the deliberately miserable conditions. If there was suspicion of sabotage or resistance, the responsible Camp SS hanged the incriminated workers to deter the others. They mercilessly drove the prisoners to work, and many died of maltreatment or total exhaustion. When Germany's defeat was finally sealed, the Allies competed for the engineers' technical knowledge. Von Braun's group consciously surrendered to the U.S. Army, which captured them in such an extraordinarily friendly and courteous manner that von Braun fearlessly and proudly reported in his first public interview for an army magazine that the V-2 would still have achieved victory for Germany if only it had had 2 more years to perfect it. The intelligence officer responsible for interviewing and assessing the engineers noted that hardly any of them were even remotely aware of any guilt and that they all wanted to be deployed immediately for the defense against the Asian hordes because that was the best way they could support Germany. Many of them were allowed to immigrate to the United States as part of Operation Paperclip. There, however, the joy at the end of the Second World War was so great that no one thought about new weapons programs for the time being. Von Braun turned back to his space mania. He projected plans for a wheel-shaped space station, a permanent moon base, and a gigantic research trip to Mars. His texts described the planned course of his completely oversized expeditions like adventure reports, constantly going into technical details and quantifying them as precisely as possible in order to suggest that, given the right will, everything could be put into practice immediately. He saw the exploration of space as a scientific adventure, but he also speculated on new types of raw materials. To this day, space travel cannot do without this motif. Its linguistic reminiscences of sea voyages also allude to the phase of discoveries that ushered in mercantilism and the rise of capital. Just as great explorers ventured onto the oceans to find treasures and new land, Astro, and soon also takenauts, nauts is ancient Greek for boatmen, are to open up new sources of wealth in their spaceships. The longing for such expeditions does not simply stem from a naive thirst for knowledge, but rather from the hope of a new primitive accumulation. The Korean War, which began in 1950, aroused fear of the communist superpowers, and the U.S. Army urgently wanted a medium-range missile. The resulting first American development of the V-2 could already carry a nuclear warhead. The deterrent power of the new weapon reassured the American public, but they were less concerned with its military purpose and increasingly began to wax lyrical about the conquest of space. The weapon was seen more as a necessary evil, and it was hoped that a constructive side could be gained from the missile technology. Von Braun repeatedly appeared in Walt Disney's infotainment series Tomorrowland, which combined partly entertaining, partly informative animations with technical explanations from experts. Top magazines printed his articles, and the leading American developer of military-guided missiles rose to become the most important prophet of the space age in the West. In one chapter of his book, Von Braun also deals with the human side of the problem and explains how he envisioned ideal astronauts. In addition to good physical fitness and military discipline, they absolutely must have social skills. They will be men who are calm and talented, have excellent learning and adaptability skills, and enjoy working collaboratively. They must have a sense of humor and combine practical views with an unlimited imagination. Astronauts need team spirit, a sense of humor, and an unlimited imagination to perform their tasks conscientiously in a vacuum. Like the military, space travel requires many of the qualities that late capitalism demands of the human factor in an exaggerated form. Modern industry requires instrumental thinking and extensive technical skills. However, its mostly boring tasks are hardly motivating. The subjects have to compensate for this in their daydreams. In addition to their pragmatic sense of reality, they therefore like to hold on to a utopian dream world for a change, which supposedly looms on the horizon of what is technically possible. These dreams are often infantile and are served by the culture industry. As such, self-deception supports both the inner balance of individuals and that of society. Because the Red Army had continued its research into the development of rockets without interruption after the end of the Second World War, also with the help of German engineers, the Soviet Union became the first nation to launch a satellite into space in the fall of 1957. This was the first stage victory in the space race. Sputnik shocked the West because the transportation of the useless satellite into space proved that the Soviet Union could reach any target on Earth with its rockets. The USA therefore wanted to follow suit as quickly as possible. When they succeeded a year later, Wernher von Braun's fame continued to grow. After the Soviet cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin became the first person to orbit the Earth in 1961, John F. Kennedy raised the bar in a groundbreaking speech and announced that the USA would safely take people to the moon and back by the end of the decade. The importance of space was now completely overestimated worldwide, and so a kind of sporting showdown between the two superpowers for technological prowess was established in this field. In 1969, after more than 40 years of development, 3 men in a small capsule at the head of a gigantic rocket were actually launched to the moon. Around a fifth of the world's population watched Neil Armstrong laboriously climb to the surface of the moon in his bulky spacesuit. As he himself announced, it was a giant leap for mankind. 600 million people in 49 countries watched live, meaning that the moon landing still holds the absolute record for viewer ratings to this day. Hermann Oberth's plans and Wernher von Braun's childhood dream came true, and the USA had glamorously won the space race. And that was basically it. During this and subsequent moon missions, the astronauts carried out experiments that were not particularly important, took soil samples and drove around in a moon buggy. They found no mineral resources, and everyone could see live that the moon is a terribly monotonous place. Footprints and tire tracks from the landings can still be seen there today as if they were made yesterday. Because nothing has happened there since then. NASA recently photographed them again to counter conspiracy theories about a staged moon landing. The astronauts bouncing and tumbling on the moon due to the low gravity provided the only entertainment. Accompanied by laughter from the tape, the slapstick would have been perfect. The viewing figures fell steadily, and after just a few missions, contrary to the original plan, it was already over. The age of manned interplanetary space travel had barely begun when the spook stopped again. The frames of the landers left behind on the moon bear the inscription, "We came in peace for all mankind." After all, nobody reads that rubbish anymore. The moon landings are probably the greatest historical event without direct consequences. Although real, they mainly took place on and for television. The enthusiastic departure into space gave science fiction its greatest bloom. The endless expanses with their seemingly unlimited possibilities inspired works that were filled with great hope for a more sensible future. Just a few years earlier, director Stanley Kubrick had ridiculed the frightening logic of nuclear deterrence in the grandiose satire Dr. Strangelove. The character of Dr. Strangelove embodies the spirit of the sinister German engineers. Towards the end of the film, when an atomic bomb inevitably sets in motion the complete nuclear contamination of the Earth's surface for a century, he is at his best in the U.S. command center, feverishly planning the underground survival of a fascistically organized elite, which is to prepare for the later recolonization and reconquest of the Earth. The repeated gesture of his crippled arm, which stretches out against his will to salute the Führer, and his half-accidental jaw, Mein Führer to the U.S. president leave no doubt as to his convictions. But as if Kubrick wanted to forget all that, he then became fascinated by space travel and the possibility of extraterrestrial intelligence. In the year of the moon landing, he brought the impressive and influential science fiction 2001, A Space Odyssey to the cinemas. Although Kubrick reflects on the emergence and relationship of humans to technology, the film ultimately reproduces their ideological perception. His famous cut from a prehistoric bone tool to a modern satellite hopes for a future world in which the murderous use of technology will simply take care of itself through its progress. Spacecraft from various nations glide aesthetically and peacefully through space. A space station based on von Braun's sketches turns majestically to waltz music and everything proceeds in a calm, harmonious manner. With the cut, the film begins to displace the social violence, the prehistoric reasons for which it had initially focused on with the struggle for survival of a horde of apes. The cosmically expansive technology suddenly seems detached from the social conditions without which it would not even exist. A key ideological element of the entire genre is to perpetuate the development of productive forces as if it were automatic and thus to perpetuate the production conditions that have inaugurated this blind automatism as a quasi-metaphysical task of humanity. Supposedly independent of social conditions, technological progress is seen as assured and at the same time supposedly advances them as if by itself. The repressed social violence only returns in the fear that technology could completely emancipate itself from its original creators and pursue independent goals like a subject. In 2001, a suddenly murderous onboard computer strikes, but its intentions, like those of the extraterrestrial intelligence, remain unclear, as Kubrick is wary of kitsch and platitudes. The protagonist and only surviving astronaut defeats the artificial intelligence by remaining disciplined despite his fear of death and finding a way to outsmart it. He then encounters the extraterrestrial intelligence that his space mission was planned to find. However, he does not meet it in person, but only indirectly, and learns things that are beyond his comprehension. Stanley Kubrick ensures that the viewer understands this feeling with a surreal storm of colors and shapes. In the end, the protagonist experiences his own transience and is somehow reborn as an enlightened star child. No one since Kubrick has dared to make science fiction this profound in a good sense. These days, they mostly revolve around technology. Whether optimistic or pessimistic, whether a cuddly contact develops into cute ETS, or whether nasty aliens attack the Earth and want to flatten their current masters, utopian technology makes it possible. Since the moon landing, the power of such utopias has waned noticeably, because the earth-shattering discoveries in space are just as long in coming as the aliens. As in Kubrick's 2001, well-known images from other successful classics are quoted until they have lost all their power. The last major creative effort at the moment is the film Avatar. It condemns interstellar colonialism and its military henchmen who want to expel the indigenous population of an exoplanet for valuable natural resources. He makes a striking moral statement against the violence in the history of modern civilization, but then praises an atavistically organized tribal society that is ruthless towards the weak as an ideal. The already physically superior indigenous people are both archaic and totally modern because they can connect with the nature of their planet and an inherent pantheistic deity via a kind of natural digital interface. The regressive fusion of the indigenous people's emphatically natural existence with elements of modern network technology fulfills the longing for the genuine immediacy that virtual space and its avatars on the internet merely promise. At the end of the movie, the hero, who was crippled as a soldier in the war, is allowed to resurrect as a healthy, strong indigenous man. His avatar, constructed from the latest genetic and neurotechnology, becomes his real body through an esoteric tribal ritual. The story of Avatar thus ultimately develops into a dream of a natural technology that defies the actual necessity of artificial technology and its devastation. In the current socio-critical blockbuster Elysium, the utopia is basically completely absent. The island of the blessed simply lies where people can afford health insurance. After the obligatory CGI fireworks, the exoskeleton-pimped Avenger of the underinsured makes the perfect medical equipment of the rich space station Elysium available to everyone on the impoverished Earth, thereby ironing out the planetary failure of social insurance. The weakness of utopia goes hand in hand with the stagnation of manned space travel. Its only current major project is the International Space Station, ISS. It orbits monotonously around the Earth in a fixed orbit, and its crew works scientifically but unspectacularly. Nevertheless, the space agencies and their astronauts leave no stone unturned to give their activities a higher purpose. In 2011, the Italian Space Agency and the Vatican organized a video conference. Pope Benedict spoke live to the ISS, and the Italians sold it as a historic event. His Holiness, as the astronauts called him, never tired of emphasizing the importance of the ISS and described its crew as our representatives who are exploring new spaces and possibilities for our future for humanity. However, they countered his laudatory description. They transcend the boundaries of our everyday existence, with several references to the enormous intensity of their working day. They emphasized that they would only get a chance to look out into space in peace before going to bed. The Pope opened the planned exchange of ideas with the following thought: from the space station you have a completely different view of the Earth. You fly over different continents and nations several times a day. I think it is obvious to you how we all live together on one Earth and how absurd it is that we fight and kill each other.
End quote.
The Pope is undoubtedly right about this, but nobody really needs to fly into space to realize this. Anyone who is not already preoccupied by this contradiction here will not be seriously moved to think about it there either. And for the rather simple-minded question, when you look at the Earth from up there, do you sometimes wonder how nations and people live together down here and how science could contribute to peace? Normally people fight over resources. On Earth, people fight for energy. In space we have solar energy and fuel elements. We have packed so much science and technology into the space station that we basically have an unlimited supply of energy. If these technologies were adapted even more on Earth, it could reduce violence.
End quote.
Science and technology seem to grow on trees in space and just need to be collected to bring peace on Earth. The fact that all this stuff was developed here and shot up from here, just like the crew, falls by the wayside. Nevertheless, the Pope thanked us for the hollow conversation. You have helped me and many others to reflect on important problems relating to humanity. Being there was everything for the Church. It would like to take a little of the hope placed in space for its fading theology. In return, the astronauts received Benedict's apostolic blessing. They were happy to be a little transcendent, but left no doubt as to who the future belongs to. In their final contribution, they stated, "We can look down on the wonderful Earth that God made, and it is the most beautiful planet in the solar system. But when we look up, we see the rest of the universe waiting for us to discover it. And the International Space Station is just one example, a symbol of what people can achieve when they work together. So one of our most important messages is that we should explore the rest of the universe and that nothing is impossible if we work together." The spasmodic and, for space enthusiasts anyway, far too philosophical exchange was not well received at all, and the PR campaign fizzled out completely. The video was viewed a mere 15,000 times, although the media reported favorably. Astronaut Chris Hadfield, who until recently worked as commander of the ISS, had more success with a song. His cover version of the melancholy song Space Oddity, which David Bowie released just in time for the moon landing, has already received almost 20 million clicks. In it, he gives his space work a higher meaning with an embarrassing tremolo and the pathos of the spiritually dependent employee. To do this, however, he has to bend the lyrics considerably, which in the original still come far too close to the truth. Bowie's Major Tom sings "Planet Earth is blue and there's nothing I can do" in his capsule, and then loses himself in the emptiness of space despite constant attempts by the ground station to control him. Instead, Commander Hadfield mourns the imminent end of his long shift on the ISS with "Planet Earth is blue and there's nothing left to do." Despite such PR, the fact that manned space travel is currently only taking place near the Earth is a huge source of frustration for fans. They suspect that, despite constant hints, the adventure of space will never open the door to the universe for mankind. But they cannot do without this uplifting fascination. After Neil Armstrong's death, Gideon Boss sarcastically put their desire in a nutshell.
In HS Real Life Satire Mondlandung, jetzt erst recht.
He writes, "I only know the footage from documentaries and YouTube. The US flag and the hopping over the Earth satellite. All great. It's just a shame that there haven't been any more landings up there for decades. It's a shame. I would also like to see something like this live on, now HD television. It's nice to see remote-controlled vehicles on Mars, but nothing comes close to the human entertainment factor. So they are two very different things, sorry, curiosity. Moon landings, like the Soccer World Cup, should be held every 4 years. As a celebration of human ingenuity, creativity and, as I said, pure entertainment.
End quote.
If inventiveness in everyday life is exhausted in new consumer electronics, then even unbending enthusiasm for technology is threatened with disillusionment. The fact that technological progress makes us happy is one of the great promises of capitalism, which also serves as its justification. And those who believe in it as firmly as the liberal boss want to have their convictions confirmed from time to time. On HD television, authentic heroes of technology are therefore supposed to demonstrate progress to him. The fact that even an intellectual can only come up with a constant repetition of a notoriously boring project to celebrate human creativity, and that he defiantly insists on simply being entertained by it when in doubt, is evidence of insecurity. Because the creative sector can no longer come up with anything about space, astrophysics has been increasingly taking matters into its own hands for a while now and projecting scientific utopias. Because our solar system has now been largely grazed in this respect, they are dreaming of life on exoplanets. In doing so, they run into huge contradictions with their own cosmology, which is based on the proven theory of relativity and infers the so-called Big Bang. It extrapolates this theory of space-time to the beginning of all time. The cosmological postulates, which allow the development of the universe to be modeled back to the Big Bang, presuppose isotropy and homogeneity throughout the universe. However, these geometric symmetry properties can hardly or not at all be verified in the entire cosmos and its past. But only in this way can the phenomena of redshift and background radiation be regarded as evidence of the Big Bang 14 billion years ago, in which our present-day universe is said to have been created in principle. Astrophysics takes the theory of relativity absolutely at its word. However, as soon as it starts talking about planets outside our solar system that are supposedly habitable or even already inhabited, and constantly babbles about soon discovering a second Earth, it suppresses the basic idea of the theory of relativity. According to her, the speed of light is not only a natural constant, but also the absolute limiting speed for any kind of action over a distance, and therefore even more so for long-distance interstellar travel. However, this means that the rest of the universe is beyond the reach of mankind. Natural science must actually be content with observing the universe, but its distortion is complete. Where its theories can only be applied with speculative assumptions and a naive trust in the absoluteness of human knowledge, as with the Big Bang, it passes them off as absolute certainty and a contribution to a supposedly mathematical code of creation. And precisely where it has proven itself experimentally, but restricts human possibilities, it suppresses them. It seems to want to hold on to the delusion of living space in outer space at all costs. As a result, the astrophysical search for exoplanets, which are quite irrelevant to us, has become one of its most publicly known branches of research. Astrophysicist Lisa Kaltenegger, for example, is successfully involved internationally in the search for habitable or even already inhabited exoplanets and is specifically looking for evidence of liquid water. After all, water is an essential prerequisite for, mind you, terrestrial organisms. In the Taz interview, she paints life on a planet 1,200 light-years away in the brightest colors. However, information reaches us over this distance with a delay of at least 1,200 years, so flying there, as already mentioned, is out of the question. In response to the tongue-in-cheek question, suppose you were to move there. What would you miss on Earth? Kaltenegger answers wittily, especially my friends, who I'm afraid I could hardly pack into a spaceship. And when the interviewer asks more seriously towards the end, do you think we will live on another planet one day? She says evasively, we still have a few billion years before it gets too hot. But of course, we'll have to leave at some point. In terms of cost, the smartest thing would be to find a planet somewhere in our solar system.
End quote.
The difficult question of financing naturally comes to mind first when it comes to saving humanity, even when the physical time pressure is still low and the plans are still somewhat immature. After all, it is immediately obvious to everyone that ultimately everything depends on investment. What can't be done with money can only be done with more money. But the well-behaved taxpayer has to generate this first, which is why Kaltenegger takes a closer look at the down-to-earth skeptics. Mars would be one option. But of course you can also imagine huge spaceships in which we could live.
End quote.
Such supposedly low-cost projects are also pipe dreams. Keeping self-sufficient reproduction going on barren celestial bodies or on board large spaceships would not be possible even for the select elite that can get there. Earthly nature cannot be copied, we did not create it and cannot understand it as a whole. However, society must reproduce and develop in metabolism with it. Our technology can only transform nature and thus create new possibilities for us. It presupposes the rules of natural law, which it cleverly uses, for example, to make a rocket take off despite gravity by using the force of recoil to compensate for gravitational pull. However, our technology can never completely rearrange nature or ignore its rules. What the hard-boiled propagate as mankind's next evolutionary step, its expansion into space, is known to be impossible. The increasingly pale space utopia has already secretly resigned itself to this by coming to terms with the earthly conditions under which technological progress is becoming increasingly detached from social progress, and it seems to be only a matter of time before barbarian rackets with modern means of destruction once again destroy all progress. The unleashing of the productive forces as a result of capitalist relations of production was certainly progressive in many respects up until the 19th century. However, the idea that this alone should be the whole of progress was already an ideology in early bourgeois times. Today, it finds its last refuge in space for the now unbelieved belief that technology and progress are synonymous and that the expansion of capital can continue forever. No one dares to seriously believe in the possibility of real progress, which would lie in peaceful conditions on Earth, in the abolition of scarcity and compulsive competition. A possible self-inflicted end to earthly civilization is even seen as a further argument for setting off into space. It is no wonder that this utopianism, fueled more by stubborn optimism than conviction, goes so well with dystopias. They arise from the same ideological premises when boredom takes over and even the apocalypse still promises variety. Society's second nature seems more impenetrable and unstoppable than any sprawling jungle. Even the parts of the cosmos that are obviously beyond our influence appear, against our better judgment, to be nothing more than hurdles before its imagined power, which it will be able to overcome in time. Compared to this megalomania, a more pronounced sense of what is impossible for humans as an index of what is really possible would at least be a small, genuine step forward.